Oop, 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 Bonsai Records. Oh. Uh, Meow, 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 meow. I get distracted very easily. God damn it. Anywho, let's see. Motec, where were we? Workbook. File, open, workspace even. LMU. And then we open up things. Reverb. And then I do remember vaguely that this one needs to be corrected because it is not 0, 0, it is 10. And it's gonna load forever, so I have some things I want to try in the dark. In the dark, in the dark, in the dark, dark, dark. Dark, 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 burp, burp. In the dark, in the dark, in the dark, dark, dark. But I'm gonna keep everything else dark, dark, the dark, 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 the dark. A dark, 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 dark. A dark, 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 dark. A dark, dark. So this was 10%, I think. That was 40, that was 50, 40, then I went to 0, and then I went to 10, yes. So, okie, and then we close, and then we shall do the race weekend, and this, and that, and that. Yeah, I forget. I'll just continue running the LMP. The advanced is at 3 AM. Preset. Let's do saturated. And then... No. Okay. So I think that's about it. Yeah, I can change that inside of the game itself. Ah, shit. Did I start the chat thing? I don't think I did. I did. Yes. Okay, so this will be probably a boring stream where I essentially keep on running in telemetry data to prove a point where I've found that even at 40% the force feedback response is it is ridiculous in so many ways. Let me do a quick rundown of my things so far without ending up in a semi-rage induced rant about things. Ladies and gentlemen, let me produce to you Exhibit A as to why curbs in this game are wholly excessive in their force feedback response. Let me just grab this, and then we do this. And then, of course, Windows steals the mouse. Fucking hell. Or no, it's LMU, isn't it? Nope. This time I have to blame Windows. There. Control-Alt-Delete, escape. Thank you. Alright, so here. I've set up things to record FFB output. As you can see at the top here, this would be the suspension position in time and space. In other words, how compressed is suspension? And I would say we're riding the bump stops a lot. And then I wonder, is bump stops even is bump stops are even bump stops simulated? If not, then that would explain a whole lot. But let's have a look at the data, shall we? So this is 10% FFB in game. It is 0 damping in game. It is 100% in SimPro, meaning the driver or software, and with 4 smoothing. There are some other settings, but they are set to a point where I feel the road surface, at least when I'm running higher force feedback strength percentages. But in this example, I'm running 10 because I just could not figure out or find something that would not result in massive clipping and therefore massive force feedback, which I will show in a bit. But anyway, just to get it out of the way, this is 0%. I could still feel force feedback output from the rear tires or the rear suspension or something from the rear, because I understood when the rear were going, but I couldn't feel anything else, and the force feedback felt super weird. So I wonder, does this actually capture, what does this capture? There were force feedback, but according to this thing that produces the force feedback output, telemetry logging says nothing was happening, but there clearly were. And I can demonstrate it if needed. But anyway, this is 10%. And the fun part is that, let's see, here we have like a massive jolt. Like even at 10%, this produced resonance going through my rig and then planting itself to the floor, which created a slight moo sound. Not necessarily problematic for the neighbors, but it happened at 10% strength. And I mean, what the heck? That requires some force. So let's look at this. So here we come into the a high-speed compression zone where we ultimately end up on a curb, if I'm correct. No, wait, where am I now? So this is the first hairpin, and then we go up along the building here, left, right, and then down, and then up, and then comes the down. So this would be, yeah, okay, so this is simply just me taking a curb with the front left at full speed. So essentially the right side of the car is super loaded, and then I tap the curb right here with the front left wheel, and I make sure that I tap the very edge of the curb, like the outside edge, which means the curb is at its tallest point. And what happens is you can see the right side. The right side is essentially fully compressed, and I'm sort of riding the bump stops. And you can see also that the rear left is sort of lifted off the ground almost. Not quite, but it's being lifted significantly, so it puts a lot of weight on the rear. And that's why the thing that I've started wondering, is everything I'm feeling not from the front, but from the rear? Because that would explain this. So if this is simply just the force feedback output from the steering column, and I felt zero fucking things, then sure. But then this isn't capturing the whole story, and neither are the full force feedback signal maybe being acted upon, which would further make sense in regards to a couple of threads where it's claimed that the ARB on the rear is incorrectly simulated or reversed. Because on the Cadillac and a couple of other cars in particular, it feels that way. But
Gabrielle Villanova.
Anyway, I'm
listening.
Ranting now.
Gabrielle.
Greetings, new friend. I'm just in rant mode. I'm trying to work through why the fuck LMU is so violent on curbs. But I'm getting to a point. I'm just, yeah, I tend to get distracted. But yeah, this is 10% force feedback. On the grass, it doesn't look like much, but in that particular corner, let's see, it was a 40-something lap, wasn't it? Anyway, any of these will do. At 10% force feedback, basically, this is an excessive response, I would say. I mean, if we just look at the most violent one, which is, come on. Sometimes this program can be such a weirdo. I mean, this is, if the this is a percentage from 0 to 100 on the outside and 0 to 100 on the outside. So this is basically just the wheel fighting me as I'm turning left. And I mean, this is 400 hertz, so 400 samples per second. So this is like this is quite violent, even though it doesn't look like much. This is a very short period of time. This is the period
Gabrielle
of time it
Villanova.
takes to tap the
Zany
outside of curb.
face.
Yeah, it takes. This is the time it takes to just tap a very short curb while being 200 kilometers an hour plus. 218 to be exact. It's just like brrr. That's all it is. Brrr. So we can see here, like, it goes up to a peak of almost 25, and it has a variation where it goes to almost -5. So 30% of the total 23 Newton could be argued is being activated during brrr. So it's felt and it's heard through the floor by means of resonance, like moo. And that's the problem I'm trying to solve for. I don't want to piss off the neighbors, you know. Anyway, let's move on to 40, where I gave up and just went to 10 or 0 and then 10 because it's still clipping. So I believe it was a 43 lap maybe, or was it a 42? Anyway, I'm pretty sure any of these will do. Oh my god, this is funny. I forget how violent this shit is. But let's just click through here to see if we can find a particularly violent one, because there was a couple that were worse than the others. I think it's this one. But let's see. There are a couple that are just absolutely fucking... Yeah, this one is in particular. It was kind of... This one was like a... Burr, burr, and it was painful. But here, yeah, 41. This one is good. And then... There's another one, I know it. Maybe I'm mixing. Yeah, that one was just me clicking back into the game. Okay, so... Yeah, this one is quite insane because it has the largest deviance. But I think for the... Just for the... Yeah, this one. It's gotta be this one. So we're once more at the same place. We're at 219 kilometers an hour, 218. We take the same curve. It's just like... You're just touching it. And this is at 40%. I mean, what the actual fuck? And this is why I would argue the curves are absolutely batshit insane in this game. And like at the peak, we see it's peaking here, and it's almost peaking here at a whopping 99.8% of total FFB, and I'm running the base here at 72% strength or gain, 72% of the 23 Newton I have available. So at the peak, you can see it has a variance of nearly 100%, going from nothing to full to then down to roughly 39%, then going almost back up to full, and then going all the way down to nearly 0. And I mean, the vibrations going from nearly full of the 100% of the potential torque of a base, in my case 23 Newton, but no, 74%, I'm sorry. No, this is actually 100, but reduced to 40%, and still in game. So it's still able to use 100% of my... No, the signal is sending out 100% while being limited to 40, and my base is set to 100% just to allow it to happen, to see what this feels like. And the thing is that I can barely feel at these settings with smoothing 4 in Simpro. I can barely feel the road, even though there's plenty of like small nuance changes happening that should be there, but because of the smoothing required to make this not want to make my neighbors not want to murder me, and not end up in painful wrists. You know, you can't feel any of the nuanced feedback that's going through the wheelbase. You're just left with this, and you need to counter for this because you can't please everyone apparently. But this is 40, and we're still peaking. That is the point I'm trying to make. And then we go on to 50%. And this is where I'm starting to doubt everything. Because what the fuck? It's peaking several times, and that's fine. Peaking can just be, if you're leaning, the argument where clipping, I mean, it's, you don't need that information. You're leaning, it's gonna just be forces that are essentially void, as you just feel the lean of the car more than anything. But that's not true, because if it was clipping and the entire signal were like up here in a box at, say, between 70 and 100, that would mean 40% power output or torque being applied. Could maybe be acceptable, but here, no. No. Not at all. Here we have 100 down to goddamn 10%. So just a jolt from within the span of a single frame, which is 400 at 400 hertz. So it's just mind-blowing to me. I can't even do the math, but this is a significant change between max and almost minimum. And while you are holding on to the steering wheel, that's like pop! Like it's a shock, and it's painful for the wrist. And when these are combined over time, it makes resonance in the fucking rig, which I feel tickled my butt through my seat, and also this through the empty space between my wooden floor and concrete becomes whoa. Whoa. Combined with the knocking becomes like seriously loud, and there's very little difference in that absolutely rage-inducing noise, which I'm sure my neighbors hate, the ones below, is very similar, even though I've dropped the force feedback by a whopping 22% down from this. And here it gets, this is even with smoothing 6, but that doesn't matter. It's after the signal has been passed on. But I mean, if we just look at these things and compare them, like, it is significant. It is exponentially greater by orders of magnitude than the 22%, I would argue. So let's have a look at the same corner. And mind you, this is just me grazing a curb. I'll show in a bit. I mean, what the fuck? It clips here, multiple times. So essentially, I'm being pop, 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 pop as I'm leaning for just like a period of time that's it is absolutely insane. And then we return to the crux of my argument, so to speak, which is where I take T1. Let's see, which one of these bastards? Let's see. I believe, yeah, these are the tests at the end. So here I come plowing towards T1 at full speed. And then I approach the braking zone. I line up with the curb. I roll onto the curb. I slam the brakes right here. And you can see, like, already even though I'm on the throttle, just about to hit the curb, or I'm already on the curb, on throttle. This is just like for I don't know, a couple of tenths worth of time. Yeah, that's 2. Yeah, so that's 4/10 on the curb. This is the signal I'm dealing with. It's quite violent, but not unbearable. It's not noisy yet. However, as we start braking fully, just touching the brake, initiating the dive of the nose, pushing it down on the front suspension, the force feedback just goes brrrr, super duper violent. And here you can see the steering wheel. I'm trying to, or no, it's actually not being represented, but I'm trying to keep the steering wheel in check with both my arms, and I drift off the worst part of the curb, and that's this section. But then, at the end of the curb, I've managed to get back onto the thing, but now we're running so slow that the rate of the impacts are increasing in time. So far out they are like in space, how far away from each other they are spaced out in time. So they go from to right, and that just makes it so much more painful. And still, this is a deviation of, let's say, minus... Okay, let's do the violent ones, because they're the one that count. This is more violent than this, I would argue, even though it doesn't look like that. So this is minus 50, all the way up to minus 20. So a deviation of 70% of the total torque output allowed, which is 72. No, I'm on the wrong fucking thing. Ha! I was on the wrong thing. Let's see. I am so sorry. I am a fucking... So, here we go. There, this is the section I want to show, because 72% is like 2% less than I want to run, but 74% is painful. And this is with smoothing 6, so it's even number for everything else past the curbs. The curbs just somehow manage to be painful at 6 smoothing, and regardless. But, well, I need to control myself. No rants. This is me approaching at 284. I get onto the curb and it starts shaking. I'm trying, you see here, I'm trying to like keep the wheel aligned on the outside of the curb as I initiate braking. Already it's kind of hard. And then I initiate braking, and it becomes exponentially harder, because you can see I'm fighting the steering wheel up to this point. And then finally I lock in and just tighten up my muscles all I can and fully brake. And I get sort of angry just looking at this shit. So here we have one particular violent spike. What the fuck? Come on. Be my friend. I am on the right thing now, yes. Here, I'm guessing it's these. And these are happening in so quick succession. It might as well just be this and this. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 frames. So let's say, let's be a bit fuzzy about it. That is literally 60, and this is 50, no 40. So that is a difference of, that is the deviation here from peak left to peak right is 100. So if we just looked from this as one jolt from 0 in one direction, that is like from 0 to 100 in a frame. That is absolutely ridiculous. Nothing should be able to produce this output. Nothing. I mean, I've tried without smoothing just to see what it feels like, and it is dangerous in so many ways. But to keep myself from ranting, I shall leave it at that. So that is the thing we're hunting now. I'm just going to farm the data. I'm going to run a couple of laps at 20 and 30, and then I'm going to reset my JSONs because I'm running edited config files that in my mind produce slightly softer responses from basically everything. And I believe one of these values are not being inverted when you invert in game. And it'll be fun to see if I can see that in the signal here. But I doubt it. Because apparently, even though there's obviously force feedback acting on the wheel, there is nothing. So let's commence. I just wanted to kind of, go through these things, remind myself, and maybe make sense of what you're gonna be watching if you end up watching this. I don't know. I don't know anymore. I feel like I'm going insane, man. I'm losing my goddamn mind. But yeah, that's just the thing. This is how I do. I cannot let things go. I just can't. I'm like a fucking dog with a bone. So, without further ado, time to watch me suffer. Because video game go brrrr. And I don't know why. But anyway, so car setup. It is the same, even though it's stored under the wrong track. It is the same. Full tank. Got medium tires. I got controls, force feedback, 20%. And you might look at this and go, what, that is 200%. Well, without it, I can't feel people touching my butt. Meaning, I don't feel impacts when people are rubbing up against me or anything, so. And I'm also going to test for it, because it will be reset when, oh shit. Yeah, oh, I moved that back. That's what I wanted to do. It'll be reset when I do these tests over again with the default JSON files. So this is gonna be fun. Let's hunt some data. So I'm just gonna cheat a lot this time around. In the sense, I'm straight up just gonna drift a little bit. Oh, it's... Oh, okay. Just gonna drift to get the tires up to temp. Because there's the whole thing where the problem gets exaggerated when... Yeah, it has no effect. The problem gets exaggerated the hotter the tires get. Because the hotter the tire, the more pressure, the stiffer the tire. And it just keeps... the violence of the curves just get worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. Oh. Sure, why not? Doesn't really matter, because, you know, we are in the business of speedrunning tire temperatures at the moment. To do I have those now? I would need tiner pedal for that, wouldn't I? Yeah, so then I will just start up the old version, because I'm not streaming those anyway. They will be in the data. There we go. So then if I move this closer so I can read it without having to squint. Right, there we go. Mouse is captured by the game, so all is good. And the goal here isn't to do perfect laps. Also I have damage off, so... The goal here is just to capture as much data as possible. By rolling and braking onto the curbs, cutting across them, and produce all the uncomfortable things. And this is the curve I'm talking about. That is what would produce the response you saw earlier. So it's like not even the time it takes to blink producing these things. And that dip there will just tear your arms off. And I'm at 20% force feedback now, and I'm like in borderlands of being able to feel the track surface. Get onto the brakes in the compression zone. Whoops, completely missed that one, but that's fine. This one also is particularly violent in how it produces the resonance thing, which makes my floor go moo at me. That one too, even at 20. And here. That is definitely heard. So front left is already at 73, which is good. Oh yeah, even at 20%, this is literally problematic from a neighbor perspective. Same here. Then if we go and take this one with the left tire. This one, for some reason, is not as problematic as the others. Yep, that was a solid move at the end there. A proper 7 out of 10 move. I would say that is within the realm of Waking the Dead. So far, moves go. The curb move. so we are at 82 Celsius. Of the 90 required to produce the worst move. And again, I'm not doing this to shame anyone or to discourage anyone from getting this game. This game is fucking awesome. I'm doing this because I think the game is awesome and I want to cure something that is a problem. But so far the problem is a no-go for the game. I would say no, not at all. It's still good, better than most. That's a solid move. Despite this particular issue, like even if you drown the force feedback, it's still better than most force feedback out there in the private sector. But if we could have this, the detail, the fidelity of the road surface, the fact that you can feel the tire wobble, like the tire, if you look at the tire model as you come off curbs at high speeds, but watch it in slow motion, you can see it wobble horizontally and vertically, I guess, based on the forces that have been acting on it. And you can actually feel those forces when you come off the brake here and turn into this corner. But maybe excessive, yeah, I feel it now, like whoa, 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 in the tire. All the way leading up to and maybe even past the following curb in T3. Or I guess it's T2. So like the detail, the level of information and things that are actually coming through the steering column, it is nuts. But and it's just such a shame that we have to drown it out with smoothing to not be a nuisance to people who are sharing the close or who live in near proximity. So yeah, that's the thing I was showing you earlier in the data. Solid move here, as always. Oh dear. Come on. Let me catch you. Thank you. Good practice, if not anything. Alright, so we are at 80 fucking 3. Come on. I need to go quicker. Okay, 87. Come on, get on. Keep missing. Bonk. Like, I think I've already established that kind of, like, if I need to drive at nighttime, then I can't really go much higher than 20% at smoothing 4 with 100% in Simpro. And that is with 0 smoothing in game, because that's a story in of itself. But I'll try to limit the scope to the testing and the bitching to what is relevant. can sort of feel what's going on in the road surface at the moment, which is nice. Oh, I lost force feedback for a brief moment there. There's nobody that's able to connect. This is a local race session. Ah, yeah, now we're getting there. At 93. It is not at 90 Celsius. I would not be surprised if we see clipping now from this lap onwards, which is lap 6. That was probably clipping. But, okay, we are ready for the grand finale. Oh no, I should do one more lap after this, and it should be like an attempt at a lap. Oh no, I actually got the... Oh yeah, that is some proper vibrator stuff. Like, I can feel it in my chair now. We'll do one more. Took a little bit longer this time because I had to warm up on top of everything. Okay, so just build speed. 200 and maybe some 80s? No, close enough. Yeah, that was a move. Not the strongest of moves, but I mean, nonetheless, I need more speed. And then no move, and then lean off, and then move. Oh, that was a proper one. That was a proper one. Wow. It is so crazy. It is when you combine the dive and the body roll. When you combine those two forces, that's when it happens. I mean, it's just, if you're in a compression zone and you end up going uphill just after, while still being on the brake, i.e., or in other words, a dive, it just gets worse. Rather than combine forces, it seems to just pile them on top of each other, even though those forces are the same. That's the closest thing I can come to a theory. Let's get to 80. Ah, I locked up, but still I felt it. And then build speed and lean off, and yeah. That is at 90s. Let's try to get the dip. That was pretty good. Then here is the thing I'm talking about. This. Taking that curve. It's just crazy. air as well for some reason. Breaking into the compressor. Oh yeah, it's a compression zone. With a slight uphill at the end. I think it's just something with the... how it... there's just compounding forces. Which combine to an unholy reasonable value. Yeah, that was solid. Okay, so then we go and do some bit limiter rolling tests, you know, at 60. Ah, come on, clutch. Engage. Ah, just a second. So now we turn on the limiter, and then we just break it down, and roll onto them. Oh, that was... fuck, that's invalid. Or as invalid as these tests can get, even though they are perhaps arguably not entirely scientific and accurate. They are as close as I can get. So I'm just rolling at the tip, looking for the... there it is. And then I just support the wheel with my finger to ensure it's kind of going straight, and I missed there. We do 2 more of those, so we have a few samples. So rolling up in 60, we got onto the curb, and we find the outside edge. Okay, and then we support it. Do one more. Okay, 60. Find the outside, there it is. Yeah. Okay, so that was that. And then we grab a new set of tires, just so that we are sure that tire wear doesn't influence the information gathering. And then we have one more before we do a reset of the JSONs and do a spot check at, I don't know, like 0, 20, 40 and 60 and maybe 72.
Locking enabled.
There. Yeah, no, fuck it, that's not gonna influence anything. Now we're at 30. Now I can start to feel the mechanical stuff in the wheel. Like the... even at smoothing forward, there's like a slight... feels like the steering column isn't greased up properly. So there's metal rubbing against metal almost. Get some more TC going so we don't end up flying off the track. Maybe a little less. Yeah, and even with cold tires now. Yep, cold tires. Oh dear, this is all very strong. At 30%, so I guess the optimal value is close to 30. if you actually want to feel the nuance, not be drowned out in clipping. Yeah, let's drive the same DC 7. Yeah, now the buttons or the sticks, the joysticks on my wheel are starting to rattle again as well. Not problematic per se. Still not at the point where it makes the steering wheel creak as if it's coming apart at the mounting points. Vague move. Vague move. There was some resonance there just from touching. That is strong. That's strong too. But I'd say like I'm approaching maybe like a good value that is drivable and not necessarily hostile towards the neighbors. And again, I mean, the horseback in this game is so good. It's so amazingly good. I want so much more of this. I want this plus endurance. If I can have that, I'll be happy. Yeah, there seems to be less resonance going on at this force feedback strength. And when I say resonance, I mean the vibrations carrying through my rig, which then end up in a state where it reverberates through the rubber wheels and all the insulation work I've done to my rig. I've even tried wrapping it in blankets and pillows held together with duct tape in order to see if just trying to stop the vibrations or dampen them has any effect on what reaches the floor, and the answer is no, not at all. Complete waste of time, but at least now I know. Oh, that was a solid one. Wasn't even on the edge of the curb there. And this one, where you go from how do I even phrase it? You're falling slightly while diving. It's similar to going into it's a reverse compression zone, I guess. 73. Yeah, no, it's somehow less worse. What the fuck? Or not as bad. Oh, that's a solid one. That they heard. No doubt they heard that. There is no chance they didn't hear that. And that one they'll definitely hear, and then probably this one too. No, I missed and locked. Oh yeah, that one. Oh, that one was sweet. proper butt massage is what I call that one. Solid miss. And then into the... Yeah, it's just as the hill starts going downwards. Okay, time to get the wheel up to 74. Already collected enough. It's sub 90. Oh yeah, that was at 80 probably, and it goes from being not quite moo to definite moo. Yeah, that's some proper joystick rattle there. It scales, man. Goddamn scales. Not surprisingly. Not at all. Oh yeah. Missed it. That's a moo. That's a tiny moo. Then into the compression zone. That is a proper move. Just missed it, but it still felt. So next lap we got to do the big test. That one was fine. I'm so confused. That was horrible. And what I'm noticing now, I'll analyze it after this. Analyze the surface, because I'm noticing there's a jump or a slight drop there. Which means the car is falling for a second, and then it, of course, produces the... makes the damper compress more. Similar to when you're diving in uphill or diving into a compression zone and uphill like here, or at the end it feels just so much worse. I think I need to do another lap just to capture things I missed. There we go. Squeal for me, Piggy. Squeal. And go back to 7. And we are at 90, so shit, I totally screwed the pooch. Nope, we got 80. Yeah, now this time, at 30, there's no move. I'm just feeling it in the wheel, which is what I want. Even at 90. But we're gonna need another lap because I've missed another vital point. Here. Completely botched that one, so yep, another lap it is. But it's good, we're at 90 plus. Get through this one, and then this one downhill while leaning under braking at high speed. High-ish speed, I mean. I'd argue this is as close as I've been to not having force feedback that is scary or annoying or worrying. And I did not expect that value to be 30. Oh, god damn it. I think I forgot to turn on the fan. I feel a bit of heat exhaustion building. Okay, so we're at 90, so I'm just gonna scrub it to maintain that temp. Past the straight here and just build speed. Hopefully get to 86. Yeah, no move at 30 versus at 20, definite move. So this is resonance. Part of the problem is resonance. Something freaky is happening as the output from the bass is yeah, you can see the car jump there, and when it lands, when it lands, that's when I get the move. So it's compounding forces and resonance with that builds up in my TrakRacer T160S or TR160S. And my particular kind of building that leads to worries. So if I can tune around that by splitting specific notes, so to speak, avoiding the brown cow notes, then technically problem not there, but also Jesus. Okay, so no scrubbing of significance. We have 94 Celsius tire. T1 brake check. At 280 some odd kilometers an hour. Yeah, no, that's just... I don't think they hear that. I don't think they'll hear that. That is interesting. Okay, so just have a quick look at... Oh, you know what, fuck. We'll have a quick look here. Just to verify. This is like one of the worst offenders. Yeah, here. This little jump here. When I land into this dip, this vibration here at high rate under nosedive, while the car is nosediving and I'm on the brake, that goes like slightly move, but I don't think it'll carry through the ceiling. And similarly here, dip, yeah, oh no, that carries, and that's not even quick. So of course speed also factors in here, because the resonance is dependent on the vibration happening at a specific frequency. But again, we are riding kind of at consistent speed when we are doing things, so I just have to tune for it, like tune for pace. and adjust accordingly. And maybe just replace the flooring in my nerd cave here with like full-on rubber mats, so it has something to spread in past wood. But at this point, I wouldn't call the forces problematic health-wise, at least. Whereas the road surface isn't like super duper. Yeah, there's a little moo there. There's a little moo. But I mean, if I just introduce more rubber to the floor and prevent those waves from propagating or whatever, we're Gucci. Still, I would like more surface detail, but we can tune for that. Right now we're just collecting data at a very specific setting. Oh shit. God damn it. Then we're gonna test against my test against the default JSONs. That's the plan. So 60 kilometer roll test, maximum wobble achieved, leaning finger, going slightly towards the outside just to see if it escalates. And then we are done after 2 more of these. And remember to break down to 60 before toggle, roll on. There's the outside. Oh yeah, oh dear god. It is so violent at the outside. I'm just using my index finger to hold it in place, like trying to not interfere too much with the signal. But I need to do something to keep the car straight. Otherwise it'll just pull itself off the curb. Yeah, there. Okay, so it's actually worse when going at slight angle too. I'm gonna do one more because I'm not satisfied with any of these being consistent. They do not meet my standards. Oh, come on. I'm unable to reproduce. This is peculiar. We'll have to do one more, but we are well past. We're down to 70 again, so... Oh, come on. Stand still. Just rotate for me, you bastard. Should probably do TC0, but, you know... There. That's the sweet spot. Nah. The tires are too soft now. They're too soft. So window of opportunity missed, but we got some decent results on the first one.
Log building finished.
We will take what we can get. Okay, so note to self, 30%. Not offensive. Not offensive. It makes me think I can even drop the smoothing a bit and maybe regain some of that sweet road surface detail, because that's the thing I want to find. Like, where is the optimal setting which doesn't result in violent clipping and lets me feel the vertical tire, or the horizontal tire wobble as you come off corners where there has been a lot of vibration going through the tire, and also not have my arms ripped off. That would be super sweet. That would indeed be super sweet. So let's waste a tiny little bit of time staring at the things, and let's hide this, and then open. Let's see, I am on the right scene, yes. So we now have 20 and 30% farmed, so then it's time to reset the things after this. And of course, Windows gonna be a dick about it, so Control-Alt-Delete. I'm gonna have a sip. And again, I just feel I have to reiterate that I'm not doing this for any hatred of the game. I'm doing it for the exact opposite reason, the love of this game. I want to see it succeed, and I think it might turn quite a few people. Like, I've already seen forum posts where basically people are like, I can't play this game because neighbors and curb rattle, and when using enough smoothing to cure curb rattle, force feedback worse than iRacing. I am iRacer, so if no fix or other workaround past basically drown out signal with pillow, killing it essentially, I'm going back to iRacing. That is not a favorable outcome. Not at all. That is less money in the bank. That is one less driver on track. Both of which are bad. Very bad. Anyway, welcome to... yeah, I had a reset. I think this is a reset. This is very likely... No, it's not a reset. But it is probably not valid, because I remember dipping off the curb and into the grass. So this is probably an impact. Yeah, this is an impact from the going off the curb and back onto the curb again. So this is void. This is 20%? Yes. I'm gonna just... I'm gonna fix that straight away. Just make notes before I start confusing things. Spelling error. That's fine. That's not a problem. Copy, paste, copy, cancel, close, and then we go here. And then we fill in the information. While we wait, there, short comments, and then and then we just fix that, and then whoop. So this is 20, and apply, and okay, and then this is 30. I need to close this, of course. Control D, and then seem to be settling on the same amount of things, but oh boy, I'm much slower today than I was during testing earlier. But I'm sure we'll find very similar results, so... Oh, okay, well, I'll just type it in. Oh. whatever. Oh, for fuck's sakes, fingers, what's wrong with you? Copy. Paste. So, the formula was 30/100-4 at 0.14. So that is basically 30% in game, 0 smoothing in game, from 100% strength in driver, 4 smoothing in Simpro. That is also Simpro, and this is 0% wheel rotation strength or whatever, and this is 14 force feedback detail. And there are reasons for these values, but I won't go into it right now. So that is okay, and then I'll add note Eureka less to 20% and above 30%. Maybe neighbor or neighbors won't but to kill me now. Should ask. Okay, okie doke, close. So let's look at 20 compared to 10. So if we remind ourselves, this is 10. This is fairly quick lap on 10. And there's a slow lap, and we have some, yeah, this one is nasty. And this is the curb I was talking about, where you dip down into that little, you drop off that little ski jump thing, and then you land, and then it's nuts. This is 10%, like it is so fucking nuts. So okay, at 10% we have a peak of what? We have a peak of what? It's kind of difficult to tell. Yeah, so here's the drop. And there is the most violent. So let's say from 20 almost. No, 10 almost, I mean. We can use these. 9.7. Yep, 9.7. And then the initial impact is minus 16. So that is 25% deviation between peak and peak. And it is enough to make ground go slightly moo at 10%. So let's have a look at the same spot. That's a chunky one. That is also a chunky one. Oh dear, that is a very, very chunky one. So look at this one. And this isn't even with the hottest tires. That would be this test here. Yeah, no, that is worse. That is worse by orders of many. So I'm guessing this is the dip. Yeah, this gotta be. No, this is coming off. Nope, this is the dip. This is definitely the dip. So at 20%, we're looking at 20. And then it goes down to 13. So 33. I lack words. But anyway, let's look at the curb, which, let's see, let's race through this. Come here, and then there's the left, right, and then the near, and then we go off track here, and take the left, the curb with the left wheels, and then we lean across the road, and then we catch the we clip the inside apex. And this is the benchmark. And we are looking at 52% down to 2, so 54. And in a worst case perception, we're looking at 62% variation or deviation between peaks. That is quite substantial. That is half of the potential output of my base. No, and there's a worse one. Which is 14. 52, 14, that's 66% of a base which is not running capped. In order, and the reason I'm running it on like at 100% strength in Simpro right now, just to show you, these are the settings I'm running. I'm running this here because I want to feel everything which is drowned out if I run it lower. Like I would like to run it here or here, but at this plus this smoothing, I just can't feel any surface detail at all. Just for reference, all of these are default 100, so I'm not manipulating anything past. Adding smoothing, I'm reversing the force feedback signal in game. No, in the driver, not in game, for reasons. And at force feedback detail there, it goes from just vibration to knocking. So it sounds like knocking. The resonance becomes knocking like, while one below it becomes just like subwoofer like. So 14 is the best value I've found for my particular how my room is set up and my rig is put together and how it's insulated and so on and so on and so on. 14 results in by far the least annoying rumble which penetrates what I suspect to penetrate the ceiling. But anyway, that's a digression. So yeah, that's a lot. But anywho, let's look at the last lap where we come across and then we do the brake check at 20%. Yep. So here's the brakes. We get onto the curb. We steer onto the curb here, so we're still on throttle. It's going, and then I start braking, and you see immediately as I touch the brake and the nose starts diving, meaning we're loading up the fronts. And we're not, yeah, this is a problem. Like, this should be worse. I failed at braking fully, because I'm afraid of locking up. But still, like this right here at 20, it was worse than at 30, which I am interested to see why. That would explain it. What the fuck? Or no, it's this one. How the fuck? What? No, it's gotta be this. What? How? Or am I comparing a roll test now? I am so fucking confused. What in the balls? Oh, here we go. So this, compared to this, it just looks different because, yeah, it's not comparing the same. I need to do offsets. Okay, fine. That is good to know. Then I'm not crazy. Or I am, but I'm less crazy than super crazy. But okay, let's see. So this is where it starts slowing down proper, and you can see knocks are getting spaced out. And this is like where it really carries to the floor, but not really. At 20, it's still like within what I suspect is acceptable. But where is the strongest? There it is. So the peak is here. That is 21-ish. Down to 10, so that's 31. Well, you could argue it's felt like 35, 36. And then we go here, just quickly while we still have this vaguely in our god damn it, in our memory. This is the thing that confuses me, because this is significantly higher. This is 39 from 9, close to 10, 9.7, 30, 8.5. So 40. 47% when running at 20, no, at 30, compared to, or no, I didn't even look at the right one. Did I? Yeah, I did. Or did I? Probably didn't. This is the full speed test. I'm at 285, so 1 kilometer slower actually. And the peak is at 39, down to 9. So 48. Arguably 49. If including the decimals. That is insane. 1 knock is just like half the power output of 23 Newton meters. so 12.5 Newton just like delivered to your wrists in an instant. Within 1 frame. At 400 hertz, you got 1 frame per 4 milliseconds. No? Let's see, how much time is it? 1000 divided by 400. So that's every 2.5 milliseconds. There is an update. So within a period of 2.5 milliseconds, the Simagic Alpha Ultimate, which is able to counter its own torque at a ridiculous rate. It is one of the strengths of this base. It is willing. So you can get super crisp force feedback without any software interference, but we still have software interference right now in the form of smoothing. Or it's not interference, but manipulation. But that is a lot of force, man. That is fucking lot of force. And then if we go back to my previous optimal settings of 72 while using 6 smoothing in the driver, and we have this is just like in context now, right? And this is where I kind of feel like I can feel the track surface. But then I have to live with this. This is just fucking mind-blowing. Even if we look at like the worst peak, which is by far not the worst in the sense of how it feels. God damn it, Motec. Oh, it's telling me, yeah, this is a clip, and this is when I hit the wall, so that's irrelevant. I had to let go of the wheel because it was painful, and then the car just pulled itself off into the wall. Fucking hilarious. Okay, so that's the worst, 72. The peak is, let's say, 72, and then it drops down to 17. So that's 19 plus 70. That is 89. So 80% of 23 Newton within 2.5 milliseconds, just like delivered to your wrists. And that is legitimately painful. And this is the problem. This is the core of the issue. This is why we have all these people in the forums and on Discord going, what the fuck is up with the curbs? And I feel like the answer, we can't please anyone, and it is realistic because not baked effect, but based on telemetry. I mean, the telemetry is ridiculous, I would argue. It's like, up to this point, like, the base countering its own forces is kind of masking it. But when the rate becomes lower and lower and lower and lower and lower and lower, the shakes become more and more violent. The resonance increases, and then you got this floor that's basically sounding like a bunch of violent cows that are stampeding towards you and want to really want to kill you. And that is arguably not great for the people's mental health, which not only mine, but those living below me. So, okay, we have a full set of what I would call a solid case against something. But the interesting part is the front suspension throughout this is, for the most part, loaded. And the rear is oscillating quite a bit. Which makes sense, because it's being basically lifted up in the ground. It's slightly jumping. And then we go back to the whole 0% experiment, where there is nothing being registered at all. So I wonder, why is it that I have force feedback acting on my base when allegedly the game is outputting 0? That is going to be an interesting question to pose. But for now, this is a rant. Let's reset before it becomes too late. So, to do that, I would need to first... Oh, and yeah, just for the documentation, the video docs, this was ran at 30, 0 with that. But arguably this shouldn't matter. It says adjust impact strength in collision. And also it is an interesting point against the whole argument that, oh, we don't have values that impact how the force feedback is produced. It is all telemetry. Okay, fine. But then, why does this exist? Is this not based on telemetry? Is this a baked effect? If so, then the claim that there is no baked effect, very incorrect. Because this absolutely has an impact. And... ah, shit, I forgot to show the screen, didn't I? That's the thing I'm talking about. These are the settings I ran on the last test, so... and those are the things I just showed in Motec, is what I'm trying to say. And I absolutely did not manage to switch scene again. God damn it. How about now? Yes, here we go. So 200% there. That's the thing I'm talking about. That kind of breaks the argument apart, where they say no baked effects, all telemetry, can't fix, can't please everyone, must be realistic. I'll leave it at that. So, yeah. These are what we just saw in telemetry. So, then, okay. So, just before I go and reset, I just want to see.
Logging enabled.
There's still force feedback. Okay. But are there actually effects? It does feel longer. Oh dear. Let's just do a capture here, see what happens. I'm not gonna do a long test, but I just want to... No, there's force feedback effects. Okay, now I'm curious. What is that thing? There is still force feedback. And there's still quote-unquote effect. So what does that do exactly? Is there a difference between effects off and on? Arguably not. What's up? Oh. Nah, it's the same. I'm a bit confused though. Why are the effects so strong now? Yeah, this is stronger on the outlet than it was before, so this is just straight up creating rumble. Wait, what if I now... No, it's still, if I hit the start button, it still goes back to very muted and stronger than now. Like, if I do this, if I do it, I'll just roll. Now it's strong, and then that's just me applying the same force to it. Yeah, I'm not adding strength. I'm just holding the wheel, then going back into the game, and then it becomes softer. It's as if it just goes into the strongest possible one, and this is opposite of what it's supposed to do, really. If I've understood... what the fuck? So now it's strong. Yeah, significantly stronger. What? Confusion? I am the definition, but whatever. Let's have just a quick look what it just captured, even at gold. This is just me coming around and then going onto the curb at 30. So that is 30. Stop being an asshole. Okay, so that is that. That looks eerily familiar, but very similar, even though this is with 90 Celsius tires. It kind of looks stronger, no? It does. It does. It actually does. Peak 25. And then down to 9. Shit, oh, fuck. I forgot to switch scene. So 25 at the peak. And then down to 10, so 35. And then we look at this. At a peak of 39, but with hot tires and only 1. Let's go with this. be a little bit selective. That is 25, 13. So yeah, they're about as like very similar initially until the end. Where we have a peak of 18 or 19 and 17. That's 9, 7. That is 16. So 36. And then, god damn it. $21, 13, 34. And if we go by the worst, 26, 24, 50. That's just one. So to me, going out with cold tires with force feedback effects set to off actually felt stronger than on, which kinda it makes me wonder, like, when I'm not... I have so many theories, and I'm not gonna delve into them here, just in the interest of saving time and not confusing myself or others more than necessary. Okay, so then... yes, okay. Then, quit the game, first and foremost. Exit. And then we're gonna try to run a couple of things with the default JSON values, which are verified by some person of some value, to which there is a point to make that known in the advertising materials of this otherwise wonderful title, which I absolutely love and enjoy the shit out of. So there's that. Okay, so Zed, where are you? There you are. Oh, this is Kuno's escapades. So open folder. 1 second. Just try to maintain a vague sense of privacy, even though, you know, not much to hide, but there are some personal documents in here, health related and such. Let's see where we are. We are player. So let's open user data, select folder, and switch back to this thing, just to have it verified that I'm not doing anything wrong. Then we have the direct input. Let's see. As to avoid, yeah, shit, I need to load some more stuff. I need reference values for the defaults, which are available in... I made a huge thing here, didn't I? Folder name and changes to make it far more better and competitive. There we go. So these are the defaults even. So let's then do that. And then we do this. And then we check out desktop view. So let's alter these back to defaults. This is already, no, this is for the wrong thing. Ah, I have the defaults here. That is convenient. Yes, I can just copy them from here. So here. Let's put this back one here, back to... wait, before we do... no, search, fuck. Uno moment, please. I just want to make a copy of these files as they are now, just as to not lose anything, you know. So player, so then we grab current controls and direct input, make some copies. And then we hop back into this view and boom. So these are the things, I believe, that found their way into this place. So if you look at the options, we have steering type 1, aggression 0.5, factor 0.5, 1, 0.5, and sensitivity 0. And the things I ended up, after much experimentation while running, after running essentially 72% zero smoothing in game, but 6 in the driver at the strength and rotation speed settings in SimPro/driver to be able to feel the road, but then be tormented by wrist pain and a slightly numb anus. I ended up with these values right here, accompanied by these. No, not those values up there, but yeah, those values. So basically jolt magnitude 2.0, but it was when I was also using force feedback inversion in the game, which I've since changed to the driver because I have theories. But anyway, these are the things I ended up running, and all of above here is irrelevant. So here, so what I ended up doing, because I'm inverting the signal, and I just like, okay, so what if the math doesn't factor in that I am inverting the signal, and thus every value becomes sort of reversed, which then led me to the Jolt 2.0 thing, which when reversing in game, not reversing in game feels like nothing. But no, when reversing in game, I feel nothing. When I do not reverse in game, I feel something. So I'm obviously then reversing in the driver. So I wonder if but then again, while this is inverted and this is a 2.0 value, the jolts are less for the impacts, but also the jolts in general are also less. And a jolt is the definition of what's happening when you're riding on a curb. So running this at 2.0 actually made the curbs feel less violent in my mind. Might be biased, might be, you know, the placebo effect, might be a lot of things, but I swear to God, I A/B tested this for the better part of 17 fucking hours, and I am almost convinced. But anyway, these are the things based on the inversion theory. Everything reversed, except they are 0.5 here, which is fairly low, but at 2.0, it was just like a nightmare, which then again furthers my inversion theory. Or sort of supports my inversion theory stuff. Because like dropping them did reduce the thing. And then it's like, why would they have the return higher than the steering rate? Because these are steering rate, and this is the return factor of the rate, and it's a multiplier. So why would the multiplier be higher than the initial thing? And the thing that this particular thing results in is a huge dead zone in the middle. And by aligning these two even to 1.0 values, makes them feel removes the dead zone. So I'm just like so confused about this whole thing. Like, why would a multiplier? I just don't. I'm no scientist. Might be apparent by this at this stage, but in any case, steering rate sensitivity is basically like a mouse sensitivity value. The lower or higher it is, the more wheel rotation on the wheel you will have based on an input. So a 0 value means the wheel will barely turn at all, and 1 is equal, and 2 is twice the movement for a tiny bit of input. On a tiny bit of input even. And then we have the snap factor. This is basically when the car snaps back at you, that kind of force. So changing this actually does impact how the output of FFB is experienced. So there not being anything that can, these values not having any impact is like, it is just, no, it is incorrect. But the question is, all of this was set when I was running invert force feedback to true. So what I've been testing now, all the things I've collected is with my current settings. So the intent now is to see if I get different results by resetting these to zero, to their original values, which line up with this forum post from February 5th. So I'm not sure, like they've just like seen this, tested it, yeah, checks out, pasted in, and then Simagic users cry in unison, since this patch it sucks. And I am inclined to agree. So without further ado, we shall then copy this into my thing here, and the first line was aggression, last sensitivity. So if we then do sensitivity and aggression and we paste, then we are default here. And note, I am running, just to be sure, I'm running this car with 450 set in the driver and 450 set in the game as well. So they are 1-to-1, just to eliminate any potential weird math playing out when using soft lock, meaning 900, 900, and then the car actually being 450, and then there being math saying, hey, at 450, cut. And also then in that process kind of having to, you know, calculate things otherwise related to force feedback. But anyway, blah de blah. So we will start at 30, and that's fine. But let's see, we're running 40 on default here, and torque minimum 0 and 1, and jolt 1. So let's just copy these. And then we start at a 0 value. So I guess it's like this. Yep. Looks good. Checks out. So that's 40, and then we just do 0, and then we do a fun run. Yeah, that thing there will just keep on going. So this is probably fine. And then we save. And why is it bitching? Where is the error? Expected comma. Where do you expect a comma, man? Ah, for fuck's sakes. No, don't. Oh, yeah, that's the log. Why are you expecting a comma here? Okay, let's just run it 0.0. No problems in workspace. Okay. It is all good now, my friend. Stop worrying. Just verify that thing looks sane otherwise. No, it does not. What the fuck? Okay, so we'll just keep it. We'll change it in game, just to avoid any sadness and things. So we'll copy jolt magnitude down to torque sensitivity. Jolt magnitude there. So now these are default. And then these are good. And then we have a look at current controls. Collapse these, and then comes into view the other thing I changed, which was basically, yeah, so this is the smoothing, so it's set to 0. And the other thing I changed was the torque 0 speed multiplier from 0.314 something to 0.2. And this makes the Porsche GTE, which is arguably the heaviest car so far FFB is concerned, a little bit less of a son of a bitch to get out of the garage, and subsequently all other cars as well. And in my mind, did reduce curb rattle by not, like, it's not a cure, but every little bit helps. And I do believe, even though it's a 0 speed multiplier, considering that it is not 0 speed, like literal 0, as in standing still, it is up to some value, and that value is high enough to encompass the low rate stuff up to the near the end of the curve leading into T1, where like the rate of the feedback is just like getting slower and slower and slower because you're rolling across the slabs that make up the curb slower, slower, slower. And those are the worst part of the curb so far, the go. So do with that as you may. I'm just explaining it as I go. So if we then straight up just, because there's nothing here. Oh no, there is something here. Okay, so let's just put this to an invalid value, and then it'll probably correct it, or just nuke the file, and we'll have to change these things, which is 450, 1, and range from vehicle. Okay, so let's see what happens if we start the game now. That is Impro Manager. Where is Steam? There is Steam. LMU. LMU Ultimate. LMU. Where the fuck are you? Search. LMU Ultimate. There you go. Play. So let's keep an eye on what it does with these values. Ah, dare. It put the game on the wrong window. On the wrong screen even. There. Alright, so let's have a look-see. It has not changed it up to this point, which is fine. But I suspect it will when we jump into the car. So, settings, or maybe if we just force the issue and go in here. And then controls and force feedback. Okay, so we are indeed at 100, as expected. We got 100 jolt, and we got 0 smoothing, and 0 torque. So let's just put this down to, let's start at 0. Why did my mouse jump there? That's fun. Oh, because it's in VR. There we go. Okay, so we're at 0 and stuff and things, and if we go to calibrate, prevent, those are still the same. Wait, so does it accept a higher value, but not a lower? Maybe that's the thing. Okay, well, we will just fix that once we get back into the thing. Yeah, probably. Okay, so before we go in, I'll just put it to 0, because I know that will trigger it to rewrite it to its default. So we'll just have to verify this. Continue, continue. Verify, 3 AM indeed, event start. So let's keep an eye on the thing. Hopefully it won't reset absolutely everything now, but just that key value. That would be nice. It did not. Anyway, the setup is the same. Saved under the wrong track, but that's not an issue.
Logging
And
enabled.
we go into the game, and it put it back to 0.5. So it did load it into memory, and it did accept it as a valid value. Okie doke, so now we close. And then we put it to 0 just to get it reset. Play. It should do it now when I start. Maybe it's depending on some other value to be incorrect. Or, no. I did try this independently before trying to introduce R-Factor 2 things, which it just, interestingly, the response when it found R-Factor 2 things regarding bump stops and stuff, it didn't rewrite the config with the same values as they are you get when actually deleting the file. It put completely different values in, like older defaults. And it changed it on a per line basis. No, it didn't. It changed the whole fucking thing. It reset the whole file. So point is, delete file, you get a set of values. Enter R-Factor 2 stuff, it basically resets the entire file as if it had been deleted, but with other values, which is kind of funny. But anyway, I digress. 1, start driving.
Logging enabled.
What the fuck? So now it actually... Oh, that is interesting. Oh, even without... Oh wow, it is hardly annoying getting out of the thing now, but yeah. Not having the wheels feel heavier isn't great. Yeah, now the weird... Ah, goddammit. What the hell? Okay, so there's no force feedback effect now. What? Why? Controls, force feedback. It is on. It's not inverted. 0. Oh yeah, because it's 0. Yes, of course. This is
Log
unexpected
building finished.
expected results of sort. But I am not running defaults, so I will run defaults. So help me God, I want to test against the designer's intentions, or at least the designer's interpretation of what was pasted into the forum. So we will then grab these, which are annoying to reconfigure, and then we will just delete current controls, and then we'll start the game, close it, and paste that shit back in. Don't have to go through the menus. And the file is now back. And let it center properly. There we go. And then, just for fun. God damn it, game. Yes, we are on the desktop. It's just for fun. Let's go into current controls. Collapse the camera stuff. Why on earth did it reset this to 0? That is not the right value. Let's look at one of the old copies. That is 2. That is 2. There's the, I think this is maybe an early backup. Yeah, this is what I'm expecting. So let's have a look. Current controls back is from the 28th of February. So before I started fucking around with all of this. And this is a JSON which the game wrote itself now. Is there... Ah, god damn it. Why are these out here? Probably just copies, I guess. But there's no direct input or anything here. Nothing that would result in anything. Controller presets. Oh, wow. How did I not click in here before now? Hello. How did I not? What, dude? Simagic pedals. Wheelbase. Jolt 1.5. Like these are not at all being detected and applied. Could that be because it's confused by VJoy? Which is not being used because it has no steering, it only has buttons. Well, that's an exception they need to write. If VJoy detected, ignore. Look for actual things. Okay, so, but yeah, it suggests this. Hey, now, what the ball sacks? These aren't supposed to exist. And I believe these are identical to the things. Let's see. Copy. I have notes here somewhere. Notes. These are the things I tried to put in. Yeah, identical. It's gotta be just like remnants from the last version. Okay. Just gonna... I dread the day I actually sit down and fucking do anything about this. Alpha series. Oh, this... Yeah, alpha series, of course. What does mine think I have? Direct input. Yeah, no, it actually kicks in on alpha series, but with a different thing at the end. No, identical. Huh. Steering torque capability. Steering torque minimum. Steering torque. Steering resistance. Oh yeah, these are the old things which I found in the screenshot. Which should be, I think, this one. Yeah, here we see. Oh, this one. No? Where the fuck is it? I found a screenshot of like some old ass thing, but anyway, the point is those values were exposed in the UI before the December update. And that's about where people started complaining. And then we have this. This would be a ridiculous useful value to have. Because it is the thing that is fucking painful, man. Okay, I'm spiraling. So GT Neo, Simagic, blah blah blah. But these are not the thing I'm looking for. I'm looking for the default for that. And the way I got it to reset, right? So, well, I guess we just have to trick this thing into resetting it. That's fine. Let's fuzz. So if we go into notes and we grab these bitches, or no, we grab these, I guess it is. Then we just insert them into, because I was trying to figure out where they went. And currently not current controls. No. Yes, not current controls. So if I put this, just put it in there before the thing without the comma. Now this should trigger a reset of this file. Oh, it already. Do you want to or discard? Ah, there we go. Yes, it has been reset. It just didn't reload for some reason. Okay, so it is actually reset now. That is good. That is good. Why didn't it reset the first time? It did not offer me to reload when I had saved the 00. It loaded the game, the car felt... Oh yeah, no, that might have been just a confirmation bias on my end, because I was running force feedback strength at 0. Yes, that is likely it. Okay. Okie dokie. So, back into the game we go. Or wait. Yes, the other values are as stop sequential if neutral configured. Let's see. It actually reset. It reset a couple of other values too. That is weird. Use custom wheel, I guess. So if we go here, that's the things that were changed along with this value. It left the torque filter alone, but it rewrote this whole key or subkey. Okay, not gonna say nothing. Not gonna say nothing. Technically not a problem. Just goes to show. Maybe defending everything as if it's not the early beta. And throwing around lessons about basic human psychology rather than providing users with the tools required to actually test for this is the least useful thing one could do. Okay, so no steering torque, no force feedback smoothing, no 0% strength, effects on. Though I question what this does at all. We got collision strength 100. And we are not inverting here, but in Sim Pro. So am I even showing the right scene, I wonder? No, I am not. There we go. So just to verify again, strength 0, smoothing 0, torque 0, strength 100, torque sense 0, no constant, no inversion, effects enabled. So let's get into it. Let's harass the neighbors past the silent hours. And it's still 3 a.m. Okie dokie. Our setup. Still incorrectly saved Portimao. And settings, controls for feedback, 0000, 100, everything's good. Nope. And then just to prove in the recording that, let's close these just to make sure we are actually looking at the right things. Save the notes. That is a fine thing. And then we waddle into current controls, collapse camera, and we see we still have a 3.0 thing. I thought it was 3.14 something, but goes to show. Yep, all these are as they should be. And then we go to direct input, and then we collapse alternate, and then we collapse the pedals, and then we review. So we are at Jolt 140, that is default. Steering effect strength 0. I am so confused. What was this? Steering extract. Oh yeah, no, okay, yeah, yes, of course. I didn't recognize the value because this is the percentage. But in many zeros. Alright, so then let's keep on checking. No, those are gone. So, looks good. Irrelevant. Irrelevant. Sensitivity type 1. 5, 5, 1, 1, 5, 0. 450 false. Yeah. Okie doke. So we'll just verify there's nothing interesting on the bottom. Nope, just keyboard or key mappings. Okie dokie then. We are back to actual defaults. So let's see what this feels like. We'll start with a 0. Or maybe we should actually start with some force feedback. Let's do the same as we did prior. 30. Just for what little I can remember's sake. And then we'll do 0 afterwards. 30 would be the value, which...
Locking enabled.
Yeah, no, that is significantly stronger. And in particular when going left, like it's strong, but if you counter, it's weak. And then if we do the same, strong, counter weak. Yeah, so if we do slowly, the resistance is equal. There's something with the counter, which is weak. And that is, that would probably, could be the smoothing I'm applying. But there's the whole infinite wobble thing, but that's a different video. That's just an observation, maybe it'll be of use. Okay. Heavy on the exit. Does contribute to, huge dead zone in the middle, immediately. Like there's noticeable, when I'm janking it like this, there's nothing in the center. This is what I wanted to do. Okay, so I'm just gonna not say anything. I'm actually gonna have a little drink and get rid of the snooze, because my throat needs moisture. Yeah, no, fuck off. Sorry, I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just gonna feel things. Yeah, I'm not even on warm tires. Not even on warm tires, and it's the thing that's coming out of my wheelbase is akin to at least 80 Celsius of tire temps. Like, put it this way, this shit takes up so much of my just not even being in the rig time. I keep thinking about it. I can't let it go. To the point where I was thinking like, hey, okay, what if I take an old cell phone, which I don't care about anymore, but has what's it called? Like a motion sensor in it. And then I just tape it to the base to see how many, because those things are sensitive enough to measure the vibrations of the earth, even like down to the, even though there's no earthquake, you can still feel the slight shifts in the earth's surface. And still not peak or be exceeded in their ability to measure up to, I think it's like, what is it? Something absurd. At least 8 on the Richter scale or something. It can still produce values that are useful. So if that can measure that, if I had an app that records or logs that, which I am able to access, and I can tie it to the data somehow, because I'm feeling a lot more vibration in the wheel now compared to what I did with 30 in my settings. There is no fucking way this is more. And this is with cold tires. But now I'm priming myself, which is counterproductive when trying to do objective stuff. So we'll see what the floor says once the tires are warm at 30%. I'm gonna guess it says moo. Like proper moo. Oh, it actually did reset. Fuck's sakes. So I have no... Okay, fine. I'll just wait. Or I can go fix this. So it did reset more. Was it here? Repeat shift off. Nope. So I think it's not to calibrate. Use that one. That one also got reset. This one I got with the Jason, but not this one. Otherwise, everything is as it should be. Yep. Okay, so now we can go to neutral and reverse. Okay, shut the fuck up. Just drive. Oh, quick check that I'm on the right scene. I do seem to keep forgetting. Nope, I didn't. Fuck. What? Down. Happy thoughts. Silent, 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 silence. But the thing is, none of this is probably gonna be visible in the data. Because what these things do, so far I can understand, is that it reduces certain parts of the signal or acts on certain parts of the signal. I'll be happy if proven wrong about this. Then it'll be easier to make the case that at least what they're saying about there being no options for us to change in order to impact the force feedback, because based on telemetry, is indeed incorrect. One thing I'm noticing here with the default snap values is that it's much easier to tell what the car is doing without the dead zone. Like now it just feels like a guessing game when the car is going to snap back at me. It's much more pronounced and in sync with what's happening. If anything, it feels like it's... Okay, I'll bridge into the in-game smoothing. The in-game smoothing feels like it's being delayed. Like it's not just acting on each frame. It's kind of turning down the volume on the first couple of frames, and then it just gradually increases it. Like when mixing an audio track or two tracks together, like DJing. So the important information early on, when the car is snapping back at you, is it's literally just at a super low volume, and then suddenly it'll just like BAM! You'll get the full signal, almost. That's the most stark contrast. The thing that stood out to me the most when I switched over to not using in-game smoothing at all was that the information about things happening is per frame. It feels rounder or softer, but it doesn't feel like the first like 2/10ths worth of important information is smoother or essentially non-existent compared to the rest. So when I do this, yeah, no, you've just witnessed me be able to do that consistently at full throttle and be aware when the car was gonna lose the rear with my own settings. No problem. And I felt like I was nearly losing the car the lap previous to this, because I didn't realize that the rear was going. And I'm pretty sure that this is the snap value and it is the return multiplier value in particular. Because the return value multiplier is 1.0 and it's acting on a rate that is 0.5. So naturally it'll have a more exponential curve to it rather than a linear curve. And if it is then true that they are using the force feedback or the telemetry to generate the force feedback signal, and the signal that is being passed are based on these values, which is why I don't think we will see this in the force feedback output, because that is prior to these values acting on it, if it's based on the telemetry. Then the signal isn't based on telemetry, it is based on telemetry and then manipulated by values which are interpreting certain parts of that signal. But I'll be so happy if that is not the case, because then it will be visible in the telemetry. I can't even, I don't know. Like, I'll probably get used to it, but I do not know when the rear is connected and when it's sliding now. Absolutely no idea. Shut up, guys, shut up. But yeah, I don't think I can go higher than 30 right now. It's Sunday, it's after 11 p.m. And honestly, at 40% it's clipping, so what is even the point? And the funny part is now I'm at 8%, no, I'm at TC8, and I feel like I'm losing the car without being aware that I'm losing the car, while having stronger force feedback on the curbs. This is just weird. Everything feels like it's slightly delayed. the question then to me becomes, is it because they are that the values aren't equal, or is it because does 1.0 matter versus 0 values? Is 0 values, or are 0 values the actual, will it then actually be telemetry? And then 1.0 meaning the returns are increased by a factor of 1. Because that's what it feels like. It's like the initial, oh, you're losing the rear now, isn't as pronounced, and then suddenly you lose the rear and then you get the feedback. So it kind of aligns, but might be placebo. What is apparent to me now though is I feel even less of the surface detail compared to when running all zeros. So somebody is bullshitting here, and I have no reason to. Fucking 0 reason. That was, yeah, I did not know I looked. Did not feel it at all. I hear creaking sounds in the steering wheel now. Even in absence of the moon. There's a lot of things. I'm struggling. And this is 30%, same thing I was driving earlier. I'm having problems aligning the car. Yeah, there's overall just less information available. Yep, that was a move. Wait, what? I forgot to open up tiny pedal. This is... How do I have... Ah, that can't be real. I already have 100 Celsius on the front left. What the fuck? What? All my tires are hotter. What do you mean? Sorry, but what? I have 96 Celsius and the right side has not been this hot. Whoa, whoops. What the fuck? Oh wait, did I set the... I might be... Okay, let's see. Let's reset. Let's reset. Let's return to garage and just check.
Finished.
These are, so far I know, fairly similar. However, is the grip the same? Did it set to saturated? I don't think I changed that, and it keeps forgetting it between sessions, so that could be the thing. light grip. So, okay, let's go to saturated and see what happens. Because that is literally fucking crazy. It was 100 Celsius. It would take me 6 or 7 laps to get to that point. So, car setup, current, same, just verify, start.
Locking enabled.
We are at 50 Celsius tires. So, okay. My god, I kind of wish I had the tiny pedal thing visible now. Oh, but that's a pain in the ass. Okay, so I will do it for this. I am that committed to this fucking thing that I will do it. I will do the thing, and I will minimize the thing, and then move this thing out of the way. And then we will close this version of Tiny Pedal, and then we will open there and start the build, the one I built myself prior to the current release. And here we go. So there should, in theory, be there. Nope, gotta turn on the scene. There's the workaround, and boom. So you can see, 50 cold tires. And then I'm gonna... Oh, come on. Mouse bastard, stop being a dick. Oh, why does it do this? It's fucking annoying, man. Oh, it's probably stuck in some shift state. There we go. Hey, it worked for a sec. There we go. I need to move it closer to me so I can read the numbers without squinting. Still need to squint. What the fuck? Okay, so I guess it is as good as it's gonna get. It's gonna get better once the colors change. We are back in the game, yes. Yes. And then also now the curbs feel muted because the tire's cold, but still there is a slight mew to it. Tiny bit of a moo. Nothing significant. Probably won't break the bed, but oh yes, that is a moo. That is also a moo with cold tires straight out of the pit. This is the spot where I was showing earlier, where I was touching the curb. And here's the second compression zone with a slight hill that produces a move, not that one, but that one there is also clip worthy, or causing clips. Same here, that I felt in my butt. Continue heating the tires. So maybe it was the saturation that made me lose the rear. No. There is a huge delay now. It is there. Nobody's gonna tell me it's not. At least until I A/B test. It's just crazy violent, and we're still only at 52. Even tiny input is like, yep. Top right corner is basically force feedback output or FFB output. It's the same we see in Motec. That's the one that keeps generating the big clips, even though it's just an impact. It's not problematic for the neighbors because it's so short. So the grip at light makes the tires come up a lot quicker. So it's nothing to do with the force feedback values. That's good. That was a big miss. I think for me 30% is about where the threshold is, and then the rest is just preference. But we'll see when it gets to 90. Oh no, that is for sure. What is becoming more pronounced now though is, even though when I was off the curb there, I was off the curb with the front wheels, but on it with the rear wheels. And I think it's the resonance this resonance stems from the fact that the rears are quite successfully so being represented in the steering column, which I do want. It is great. I think maybe that the algorithm as it stands kind of makes, because it's in particular when multiple forces are acting on the signal, like diving versus just driving on it, it's worse. And then when you go uphill while diving, after being in a compression zone like here, yeah, that was a definite move. Makes it even worse. And then when you add lean to it, shift the weight from center or neutral to left, because turning into T1, that makes it even worse. Yeah, and it's like now at collision 100. Like, that impact with the wall there, I was heard through the speaker. It was not felt like it is on 200. That was a move. Had I hit that for longer, that would definitely been a move. But anyway, the impact from the suspensions were felt way more than the crash. And I mean, sure, how much of a crash is felt through the steering column when head on, I don't know. I'm just confused by the wording in the menu. Alright, so we're at 79. Can maintain 80 as we go across the bump. Now we're in territory where I can just... Nope. 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 That went and I didn't know it. Completely missed that one. But it feels like it's more difficult to drive now than it was before, for sure. Alright, we're already at 90. And we will speed. 92, 93. No discernible move. That is a move. Fuck, missed that one by a mile. If I were to give this an impression, it's like a weird thing of having added it feels like jolts are stronger, even though jolt is set to 1.0 versus 2.0. And even though I was running a steering rate of 0.0, and this is 0.5 with a multiplier of 1, which was also 0 for me, I feel like I have less information about the road surface. So all this is doing is replicating or increasing the force feedback from curbs and delaying the snap response or muting it. It's just weird. But then again, I was super used to the other values. Yeah, oh, fuck off. Sorry. Yeah, you can even see that in Tiny Pedal. That. Yeah, now it's starting to move proper. I'm not sure what I'm doing. That was a good catch. Yeah, that is a proper move right there. The weird thing is, in T1, there's less move for the most part. So far I've been able to generate them this that there was quite strong. We're still at 90, so seat up the tire. Get to 280. Yeah, the moo is less in T1. But and it's less here, but down here it is way stronger. And it feels stronger in the wheel as well. But overall I'd say that force feedback strength is reduced across the board, which is just super weird. Considering that these are higher values, except for jolt. And double the value on the return multiplier. That was a big move. Yeah, you can see it in the day. Yeah, the big vibrations there. That doesn't result in a move, so it's past like 30-40%, then it starts to move. Still at 90C, so that is very strong. That curve in particular, because you're like shifting the weight, braking, and it's a downhill, slight downhill. So I think I'm fairly confident now that rather than going, yes, this is one force on the front, acting on the front, combined, and accounted for, it does like, one force, plus one, another, the second force, plus the third force. And then it's just, the signal strength just skyrockets. It is the only thing that makes sense. Because in absence of the lean into T1 now, it's not moving. But here you get the drop and then the move. Oh my god, it's gonna be hell trying to put this into words. But even so, even with defaults at 30%, I could theoretically race this without too guilty of a conscience, but I am fairly certain that if I reduce, because like right now the problem is I don't feel the snap. And yeah, the snap factor. What is the snap factor? Let's have a look. Sad, where are you? There you are. No, you're the wrong Sad, I want you. Okay, so this is with... I might as well... Oh yeah, I need to run the roll tests. So I'll do that and then I'll worry about the rest after. And then just to make it nice and pretty, we'll do this. And hopefully we can scrub the tire back up. Yeah, I had no idea I was losing the rear there. Based like on visuals, had I been paying attention, maybe. But on force feedback alone, not a chance. So I need to do another lap to get it to 90. Yeah, there's slight vibration in the rear when you hit the outside just right, and you turn the car towards the outside like that. Then you get a little bit on the move. But this is, so far the move is concerned, this is arguably an improvement. But not everywhere. That is a big move. That is a big fucking move. The MU needs to be an acronym for something. Massively overpowering oscillations. MU. Yeah, and this in particular. And it happens when you go across the hill and the car is free falling for a tiny bit and then loads up the suspension and move. I forgot the mission. Mission is to heat the tire, not explore MU. Okay, so we're at 90 now. Yeah, no, this is ridiculous that this is supposed to be better. It's not. Hopefully we can still get to 80. Please, 280. Not a chance, is it? Nah, it's like, it needs to be perfect, not blocking, so one more run. Oh yeah, that's a big move. That is a big ass fucking move. And the difference there was that I did a correction while under braking to get out to the outside of the curb. And that's when it moved. Similar to here, like getting off. Okay, but we are still at 97 Celsius, that is excellent. Let's maintain it. And then get back to the Celsius. If there's gonna be a move, it's gonna be now. Tiny move. I could feel it in my butt there. But it wasn't a moo in the sense of the reverberating through the floor. That's nice. So then there is merit, at least to the theory that this can be cured through changing the adjacents. Hopefully finding a happy middle. Okay, so supporting. This is a violet. Yeah, no, it's even my finger is like, this is on this particular curb. There is less things going on. We still have 90, so yeah, I don't even have to touch it now and it will keep on. Oh shit. .86 still, one more, third one. Oh shit. Yeah, no, it is. There is something. The configuration files, they do something. There is no doubt. There is absolutely no doubt. And it seems it's affecting the signal. So that is awesome if that is the case, because then it means I can manipulate things until I probably stroke out or some shit, and probably, maybe, figure out what the balls is going on here.
Log building finished.
Log building finished. Okay. So then, the moment of truth. What have we captured? I ponder. Close, and then do that, and then that, and then that. So, we have a couple of files here now. What were the other ones? I don't know. Let's go with, oh yeah, it was a 0 and a 30. So let's go with the 30. Yeah, so this is no effects enabled. So I'm just gonna make notes. Oh boy, it takes a long time to open, but that's fine. Why? Give me mouse, please. Oh, Windows. Being a dick about it. Let's just make a note here. Same as previous at 30%, but with force feedback effects disabled. Set to. Felt stronger. I don't know anymore. Who am I? Okay. Just do a short comment as well. Come on. Then we write down the things. 30 0 slash 100 dash 4 at 0 dash 14. And Simpro something. I don't remember what the acronym was, but it doesn't matter. Okay, so this is just do. I'm just gonna go look at it. I'm just gonna write down the things. Come on, Motek. Okay, so 30 0 slash 104 at 0 dash 14 Simpro something. And then we'll just have to copy this shit over afterwards and correct. But it's good, it's good. So, just looking at this, I have a sensation that the data is going to not surprise me, in the sense that this looks like stronger curb rattle at 30%. Is it placebo? Drum roll. Nope. Okay, so good, excellent, excellent. Unless, of course, get a general overview. They look similar. No. Okay, so great. This is awesome. This means that the JSON files do in fact act upon the signal in a meaningful way so far we can log prior to it being passed to the passed on out of the game, which makes sense. What I was fearing was that this logging step was capturing prior to the alteration of the signal, meaning we would have identical data, thus nothing to present to anyone. Because this is in line with reality. The shakes feel less violent sometimes, but at the cost of nuance in the finer parts of the signal, and in particular the snapbacks. And past that, particularly the snapbacks. So here we have no peaks at 30. Do we have any peaks at 30? We're close. 77, 70, we have one here at 90, but I think that was me missing the curb. We have another at 94, probably another missing the curb. Yeah, these are probably just dipping off the curb onto the grass and then back onto the curb, so they are not valid. And we're peaking at like 60. $62. No, it's 70. Yeah, those that are well past 70, those are invalid for sure. But close to or about just exceeding 70, those are just me clipping the curb in here while going 214 on full throttle. So then, what about here? We actually seem to get about the same. But then there are odd occasions where we do get more. But I can't really say without verifying. But the interesting part is when the tires are cold, that seems to be where we get the worst ones. No, that's not true. Okay, so the peaks seem to be very similar. But they do seem to be a lot thicker when they are. Okay, so let's find two somewhat similar laps, like 47 here. Yeah, these are more violent. These are with my JSONs. The colored stuff is with the defaults. I think the return thing is what's fucking this over. Okay, so what else do we have that are similar here? 50.5, 50.7. Let's compare you against you. Oh, they are off. But they're off in a good way. And I guess you can see it, like, again, I'm not driving perfect laps by any stretch of the imagination, but, like, I mean, on average, it seems to me that the forces generated are chunkier. Or the deviation between minimum and maximum are higher. Which would make sense if a rate is one value and the return is return multiplier is double. The thing that gets to me is that, yes, that would, it must be the jolt value. For fuck's sakes, I'm on the wrong scene. God damn it. Okay, so here we go. God damn it, god damn it, god damn it. The build up there was great. Okay, so let's just compare T1 then to each other. These are hard to compare. We'll just have to look at them individually. So this is at 285 before going on to brake. And I'm not even fully on the brake. And here I am actually fully on the brake. So that's it's going to be hard to justify. But let's see, what are the peaks? So we're looking at 39. And it's a response from 9.4, 30, 9.4, 9.4. So that is 48.8, deviation of 48.8. So half the power output of the base. And these are mine. And then if we go look here, then the peak is there, but that's irrelevant to the thing we're looking for. Here we have 28. So this is gonna be lower, which is in line with the experience. 28, 14. So that's 32, 34. Yeah, because as I mentioned while driving, T1 curb feels like a lot less room. It's just like force feedback. So my config actually comes out worse in this scenario. But I also have less feeling about what the rear is doing. Feels like it's delayed. Feels like it's muted. I feel less from the road surface. And there's the huge dead zone in the middle when fishtailing, even at low speeds. So it's harder to catch the car because the self-aligning forces are weaker. Okie dokie. So let's have a peek at, let's do the quickest lap, even though it's not particularly quick. So again, in this corner, we see massive spikes. And I'm just gonna see if we can find one that is representable by the average. And I think I hit it here. I hit it there for sure. I hit it there. I don't think there was any giant misses. So, that one for sure is a miss. Okay, so this is a good one. Slow one, but a good one. So this is me rolling onto the curb on the outside, taking the brunt of the impact with both tires, lining myself up for the inside of the following corner, and then rolling on it for the split second. And The peak is at 72. Jumping up from 44. So there's a potential here of like 72%. Okay, so then we look at my thing. Let's find something that's obviously not what would be a fair comparison. I think this, because here we see I do the same type of thing. I get both of the tires. I get the left tire onto the outside curb leading up to the corner. So let's have a look at this. We have a peak 72. Like all in all, like just, yeah, no, there is no doubt. There is no doubt. There is no doubt. My thing wins in some scenarios, but it definitely loses in others. So this is when I brake onto the top of the crest while leaning, under braking, and leaning because I'm turning right and then loading up the left suspension. So this is mine. Let's then compare that to any of these will do. There's a theme. It is very, 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 it creates like this one is ridiculous in particular. But this might be going off, maybe. Breaking off it and then getting back on it. But this, compared to, if I snapshot this with my mind, which was it? Let's just do a random one. Compared to this, like there's no contest. There is literally fucking no contest. So let's have a look at another one. Here I'm clearly missing altogether. This is a miss as well. Yeah, they don't even look similar. That versus that. Or this. Or this. Or this. Or this. They're just delayed slightly. This one is sooner, it seems. Yeah, every single one. Comparing them seems to me to be that is that. And then this. Oh. How am I that off? Oh, I stopped there. Okay. That is interesting. Okay, so let's then show offset axis. So let's try to line up these two bugger bastards. Round about there. These ought to be similar. Okay, so let's just offset them so we can both see both at the same time. And it is I think, yeah, this is the thing that we should be judging by. And we can see mine, and so this is the same as this. This is mine, this is default. So, can I find anything that is worse? Let's have a look. But then we need to look at this particular section of the track just to identify one. So this bit, that one is pretty nasty. There I miss and get back on. This one's pretty nasty. That one's pretty nasty. That one is nasty but probably got back on. Same there. It's definitely there. So I'm gonna guess this is our best candidate right here to compare against. So that is the 47.4 and this is the 47.6 lap. It kind of looks like I'm catching something here for some reason, but then here comes the bit there. Do I have any other representative laps that isn't fussed in this matter? Oh, there. Yeah, this one. Let's use you. And then 47 and there. And then we align. Dot offset. And then these, just get them next to each other. Oops, that's not next. We want to see the full impact. So there. Now we see the defaults versus mine followed. I would say there is a stark difference in the peaks. But it could be argued that this is me not riding far enough out on the curb. So, are there any others? Why is it not persisting between the things? It's not annoying. And now go the other way, please. Yeah, so this is mine versus theirs. So again, if we go to another one and then god damn it. Oh shit, what am I doing? I'm just pushing buttons now. I don't know. It's fuck. Oh. So where's J? That should be O then. No? Oh, does it automatically? No. What? Okay, so there's a difference in speed to account for as well. But sure, of course, they are not aligned. Guess we'll just use this thing then, because I can't find the O button. So first just verify. The speed is sort of similar. 4 kilometers an hour difference. Quite a large difference. So that is invalid by default. $20 kilometers an hour difference. Oh. Nowhere close. Okay, these maybe? These are fairly close. Okay. So then we look at them. These two are actually fairly similar. God damn it. Did I bamboozle myself? What if we look at earlier things? I would still. This is me going off. And then I am pretty sure. Because both had their positives, no doubt. D1 felt less with default than mine. But this feels worse than this, even though they look fairly similar in the data. But then we have rolling onto the curb here, which I seem to be missing entirely. But how about down here? Yeah, then mine is worse. Okay, so where else? We had down the dip here. This is a compression zone. Oh no, stop. It's already there. So then if we look at them side by side. The fuck am I doing here? Oh, I'm weaving on the straight. Okay, so here is that burped. Looks worse than mine on this lap. But overall, like if we look at the peaks, less. Here I'm doing something different. These are similar. Then slightly less. And here I'm obviously catching. This is less, but also more there. This is more on default. Let's look at T1. They are possibly the only consistent data point across all of this shit, really. Let's look at theirs with color and mine with background. So then... God damn it. Oh, so that's how you shift it. Haha, learning things every day. Okay, so that's then Yeah, so that everything past this point is irrelevant. This is me weaving on a straight. And then this is me catching. So here's this. Yeah, I don't need to explain this. We'll just grab from here to here. So on I'm braking less. So that kind of fucks this, the test really. I need to be consistent by getting onto the brakes 100%. Otherwise I can't say anything for certain. But speed wise, I hit it at 287. I hit it at 285 here. So there's a lot there's a lot, yeah, speaking against my own thing here. And that is fine. I'm all about disproving myself if I can. But yeah, no, the brake, yeah, I'm braking less, I'm slower. So this is, I can't use this. Okay, so how about the things that were controlled to the extent one can? Oh, you fucking bastard. There we go. Move the whole thing. Maybe this will redeem me. Okay, so let's find out. Okay, so I just continue? No. Alright, yeah, okay. So I return to the pit and then I go for the rumble. Okay, so here is that rumble. No, I brake the car and then I reverse and then yeah, okay, so I see. Yes, this makes sense. Okay. So I forgot to brake before turning on the pit limiter, and that is apparently a thing as well. That's interesting, but not noteworthy here. So then if we compare these, because these are both 60, rolling on the curb ends at 60. And okay, so I think we just have to align these. Find the start. Or I guess the end is a good thing. They should be similar. Okay, so if we drag this. There we're rolling. And in this experiment, the clear winner to me were the default. And I would say it looks to be true in the data as well. Can we align them exactly maybe? If we look at the there we go. Yeah. So even though the suspension is reacting fairly similarly at this point, there is something. Oh shit. I think I see something here that is of interest. At least in regards to aligning. If we can get what is similar or identical aligned, that will be as good as it's going to be as an AB rep. But going 60 There is a stark similarity. And the peaks in my stuff seem to be more frequent, which would align with the perceived reality. And I am okay with that outcome. You can see on the rear, you can see in mine, even though mine is actually, I'm not fully outside on the tip of the curb. So far the suspension's reactions are concerned. I'm still getting a worse outcome with mine. Yeah, so you can see, you can kind of see the tip and then it drops. Suspension compresses, decompresses, tip, boom. And overall, my peaks are higher, even though I'm not running on the outside to the same extent. Here, though, yeah. No, so in this scenario, this test scenario, the only control scenario, running at 60 with the pit limiter on, trying to hit the outside, defaults win. But so far, feedback from the rear, while fishtailing at high speed, at low speed, the overall feedback from the surface, the huge dead zone in the middle on the default, big loser. Big ass fucking loser. Big L. So then, let's see. What changed? So if we then do a split left, and then we full screen this biatch, and then 17 currently custom copy. Where's the motherfuck? I made copies. Where did they go? Oh, of course. That was yesterday. So there, copy 3. Huh? 2341 notes, custom plugin variables. Oh yeah, of course. So I'm just gonna do this. And then we chuck in the 8. How did I format this before? Oh yeah, 7503 16. Just the same as the date, so it's preserved when I inevitably paste it somewhere. Curb testing before, or then like so. Okay, so now we should be able to find them here fairly easily. So if we then go over here And then we open direct input. There. Collapse. Collapse. Our current controls. Direct inputs, but they should be there. Oh my god, I'm such a fucking... Direct input, direct input. Yes. Simagic. Oh yeah, of course, I'm confused now, because... collapse this, but yes, collapse that, and then this, and then... There. And also collapse and collapse. Are there more? Huh? Options, options. Input wheel. Why? Instance name. Why am I confused here? Oh. Oof. I guess it's getting late, eh? Also, the colors are kind of throwing me off. Mainly the colors. Okay. So the difference is the wheel stop bump degrees, 30s, but so far I understand this is basically just, am I on the right thing? Yes. What this does is this just defines the strength of the soft lock. These are equal. And then equal, 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 equal. Yes, and this is keyboard shit, so nobody cares about that. Let's just put this like so. And then this is where we stop caring, and then we start caring. The difference is steering aggression is 0.5. Rate factor is 0.5 versus 0, and 1 versus 0, and sensitivity 1 is equal, and then 5 is versus 0, and speed versus 0. And then now my whole like, what? Wait, brake bias axes. What is missing here? Throttle, 1, aggression, factor, return, sensitivity, snap, speed sensitivity. Ah, it just looks off because the colors are missing? Yeah. Wow, that is weird. Looked like I was missing a line on the right side here. Ah, probably just aligned a pixel maybe. Ah, it just looks as if this is one line lower. So that's just my brain. Okay, that's fine. So, speculation. What is causing there to be a dead zone? My findings prior were that setting this to equal this as per Ken 011909 recommendation, by running this equal to this, that completely cured a huge dead zone in the middle. And I believe he mentions that in his article. What I found was the aggression, which is supposed to basically define how quickly can you turn in without the game protesting, or like not resist you as much. This should mean that it is stronger than 0. And that is my findings. But I also, just by adjusting this value, though after setting these to 1, or to see, to initially to 1, I found that it had other effects. Like the snapbacks became less violent, which also means this is supported in it supports that. Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. No, okay, so what is the term here? Aggression. It means, I would assume, an increased aggression would be it fights you more, because that is the feeling I got. So when reducing it, when you are done catching a snapback, it is not as violent to resist it. But in order to catch a snapback, you must also be then fighting against things. Yeah, no, all of it makes sense. This value makes sense. This value absolutely makes complete sense. Granted that 0.5 is stronger than 0.0. But I wonder what this does when this is equal. Because the problem I'm facing now is that when I ultimately lose the rear and I'm at stronger FFB, then the snapback is just going to be exceedingly violent, bordering on impossible to even catch or want to catch, because it is so strong. But the thing that really fucks with me is, how does any of this make sense if by running the defaults at the same strength with, oh, of course, the thing I'm failing to compute here now, I would guess, is, oh, come on, don't full screen, is no, not here at all. The thing that is a big difference here right now is up here. Oh my god, this is so annoying. This is direct input. This is not direct input. Where's my... There it is. I have to collapse all of this shit again. You kidding me? So this is the wheelbase, but anyway. Let's say for the sake of efficiency and transparency, we keep that there, and then we scroll this down here. Hopefully aligning them somewhat so my brain doesn't go absolutely batshit insane. But the problem then is, because it's not collapsed, everything off, so let's collapse. Oh, that wasn't even the right thing to collapse. It's down here. Let's see. Do you understand the extent of the madness here? Okay, so the difference, and this is the thing that is peculiar to me. Or maybe not. Okay. Yeah, because this is collision strength. With this at... Oh, yeah, of course. Now I'm not inverting anymore in-game. So, yeah, the suspicion prior to inverting in the driver was that yeah, the reason I ended up here at 200% collision strength is that when I was inverting the force feedback in game, then I could not feel impacts at all. However, after I turned off inversion and then used the driver or SimPro to invert, then suddenly I felt a lot of collisions. And then I started testing, and thus I just kept this here for the sake of the experiment. So I'm thinking like, since this now is 1 with false, and it is correct, and as this happened after I set this to that, and is this then like the same as a 0 value? Is that why I feel the impacts so much less? I am confused. This is like, I'm not good at keeping things in my mind in the first place, but nothing makes sense. Okay, so the only way to get around this, I'm just gonna make a copy now, so we now have absolute 100% default values at 30. So, and we just do that. No, we can type that in. So this is 25, 250317 at 005. And this is curb test. So just group them by that. Curb tests, and this is game or default settings. Yeah. As delivered by devs. Pew. And we just copy this. And then the exploring begins. So now we have defaults to reference later. Because I'm then curious, and I can test for this without even closing the game. Because it is a value we're allowed to adjust within the game. Let's see, does it take even without a restart? That is another thing. So if I then Windows UDEC, we do that, then we are back in the game. And then we go to options, and then controls and force feedback, and then we collision strength. So now it is not inverted. What happens if we just turn that to 0? And then, because that explains what my new buddy was telling me about his stuff. So if we then go out and then we enter the car, then it should write it to the file. So let's check that. So now jolt should be 0. And indeed, jolt is 0. So then switch back to the game. And let's see what impacts this has now. And it's so annoying that I can change other values and it'll just reset it to whatever has been loaded into memory. Yeah, this to me feels like it's not just jolts as in crash into walls. It is any jolt. Like, yeah, it's nothing. Okay, so let's try to at an angle, there's nothing. And then if I can align the wheel and try to make that stick out, don't feel it. I'm not entirely sure if this car has wheels that stick far out enough to even be a target. Let's see. Yeah, no, okay, so now my tires are gonna be horrible at the rear, but rolling over the sausage, hardly felt. It could be that I've been after inverting, but that happened. That's this whole line of tests. Yeah, no, that's way less. Spawned because I discovered that I could invert FFB in Synpro, and the car felt completely different, like better. So then I started like, okay. Could it be that some parts of the signal aren't reversed, or are the values not being inversed when doing the calculations which result in the output? Just my initial impressions now, and considering the guy I've been discussing things with, the reason he set it to 0 is because like he's not the strongest guy, and he was having troubles keeping the wheel in check, and he found this to be useful. But me running inversion in game, and he was already running inversion in Synpro. That to me sounded weird, because when inverting in the game, yeah, there is nothing. But there's still a huge dead zone in the middle. Anyway, I was running 200 with inversion in game, and that felt like less to me compared to 0. And I was confused, why couldn't I feel impacts when people collided into me? And after I switched to inverting in the driver and doing a race, I was suddenly like, what the fuck, why can I feel people rubbing against me? Why do I feel people crashing into my rear? Oh wow, why is the wheel being torn out of my hand now? But yeah, like it's still strong as the wheel is coming in, and then I wonder. God damn it! I have to minimize all this shit. Oh dear, sweet Jesus, please stop. Then I wonder if we fire up this silly version. What are we at? We're still at cold tires. That is weird to me. So why am I now feeling the curbs so much more? With what is essentially a 0 value to jolts. And I'm feeling impacts less. Okay, so since all of this is at cold tires, let's just go in here, force feedback, and then yank this up to 200. Resume. Just quickly check. Yep, jolt magnitude is now set to 200 in the text file, in the JSON file even. So, go back to game. Yeah, now everything that's like, every like response This feels so much heavier. This is crazy. So the that value is not just simply, oh yeah, this. It's also the snapback of the car. Like it's even the lean of the car. But I'm not sure if it's curbs. The curbs feel somewhat muted. But the weight of the car, the weight shifting, completely different. And that is the definition of a jolt. It's a sudden change of direction, right? So anything that results in a lean should be stronger now, by definition. Yeah, absolutely. I think the jolt as well has been fucking me in terms of being able to play during nights. But also the thing that made it possible prior to switching, yeah, it's all making sense now. Because it was my first race after switching inversion to happen in Simpro that I went on to Imola and was like, oh my god, what the fuck is this? And then subsequently ended up on this data farming thing. So it'll be fun to see now. If default plus %200% produces a different curve response. I still can't feel when I lose the rear. That's the weird part. It's just that when that signal comes through, it's much stronger when I try to counter it. And I'm pretty sure that'll be resolved by putting those other things to 1.0 or 0.0. Yeah, because it's still not violent enough to wake the dead. And this is with 69, so let's just keep pushing the tire up to 70. Oh yeah, no, that gives me a guilty conscience. And that is at 70 Celsius. Yeah, now I'm starting to feel things in the seat much more. So Jolt does what it says on the tin, except it's claimed to not have any effects. Because ideally it doesn't exist. And so on and so on. That's good if I can blame myself for something. Still not far enough left to become a move at 30%, which is good. But here, I did earlier, but I locked up there, so that effect kind of masks it. That was a move. That was a strong vibration through the seat. Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay. Okay, so far, even with collision damage 2.0, I can't say like it's like bordering on maybe a guilty conscience every now and then, but nothing too significant. I hope this isn't reaching or going through the ceiling. If this is a fix to some of the ailments, one more lap and we're at 90. Yeah, still no move. Okay, so how about here? While leaning. Ah, that was a bad one. Suboptimal entry. It's like losing the car now is more akin to ACC than I've grown accustomed to. Yeah, that's still not problematic. That's great. That is great. That is great. Because I like the feeling of the car being heavy. Ah, that was kinda. And yeah, not surprisingly, we're at 89. So I guess this is where everything starts shitting itself. All my hopes and dreams just get fucking yeeted out of the window. Oh yeah, that's satisfying. That is satisfying. No mew, no fucking pain, no nothing. Okay, so I'm eating it. Slight vibration in the butt, but I don't think it's problematic. It's like, meh. It's in the zone, and we're at 90 now. That one isn't too horrible. That is a little bit like Butty, a moo, tiny moo. There's a little bit of vibration-y. Okay, so when it passes 90, but it's still not as bad as the thing I was running prior. So then the question is, why was that so much worse at the same setting? Ascend. Now we're at 90. slid off there, but still, it's not nowhere as bad as it were with my settings. But then, which one is it that's causing it? Yeah. There's definitely, my finger is telling me that yeah man, there's definitely more action going on here. But at the same time, it is not violent enough. Which is so weird to me. Because we're running higher aggression, we're running higher rates, and a higher multiplier. Sure, there's a logical explanation to it. It's so soft now, it's hard to... like even... I'm not quite sure what the thing is measuring. Is it measuring the motion of the steering wheel, or is it measuring the actual outputs? Because that should be independent of what I'm doing to counter it. But then again, the next response would be impacted by my attempt to counter the force. That's why this sucks so much, so I can only like let it drive itself, then adjust it, then let it go. And there it caught itself. There it did not. Oh, this is fucking rage-inducing, dude.
Finished.
Okay. So, just gonna open this and make notes in the log. Not gonna waste any time on investigating it, but this is defaults. Yeah. I think I'm starting to see a solution to this now, roughly. 30/104 at 014 Simpro. Default JSONs with 200% collation feels more substantial. In weight transfers and on curves, but still no waking the dead effects past a little bit when tire temp passes 90°C. If ran at 100%, collisions with walls are barely felt, and the car feels numb when fishtailing, but the curb response is much more modest. Okay. So, important notes. default still has massive dead zone during weight transfer. I feel like that is like the crux of the issue here. Default JSONs in general, even with 200% collation, feels as if there is a massive dead zone. Dead zone. While transferring weight, i.e. fishtailing at mid to high speeds. Apply, okay. Close. Alrighty, so then. No, have I been on the wrong scene for this all this time? Hope not. That sucks. Anyway, nothing of important has been lost so far capture is concerned. No examples, no nothing. It's all data that is required at this stage. So, okay. If we then keep this at 200%, and just for fun, no, I know I'm gonna have to close it, so I'm just gonna close it. I tested this extensively earlier. Cannot modify settings or JSONs. What the fuck? Go away. Cannot modify JSONs and jump into the car. Okay, so let's say jolt magnitude is something we want. But for the sake of the experiment, let's put it back to 1. And if we believe that the steering bump degrees are indeed just the soft lock strength, we keep that. What are we left with? We are left with steering aggression, rate factor, and the return rate multiplier, and the snap factor. So, if we're not gonna... Okay, let's check the notes. What did the notes say about these things? Let's just close shit down. There's so much open now. Let's open the notes. And then snap. Steering, snap factor. Factor control how snappy steering will try to follow inputs. At 0, it will ease in very softly. At 1, it will not slow down as much when it gets close to desired input. Factor to control how snappy steering will try to follow inputs. At 0, it will ease in very softly. At 1, it will not slow down as much when it gets close to desired input. At 0, it will ease in very softly. At 1, it will not slow down as much. I was running it at 0 without inverted. And it will ease in very softly. But that doesn't make sense because it's like the opposite of what I was experiencing. And even at... Yeah, okay, so my previous experimentation was when I was inverting in game. So that is like the only saving thing here. If I just invert this and the car feels weird, or invert in game and the car feels weird, I know that's gonna happen. I'm just gonna follow this. Okay, so sensitivity. These are applied after other controller effects like dead zones. Yeah, that's steering sensitivity. But the rate factor, and is there a multiplier? Return rate multiplier. Rate at which in-game steering rate will be accelerated when recentering instead of turning in. Rate at which in-game steering rate will be accelerated when recentering instead of turning in. Rate at which in-game... This fucking breaks my brain, man. Rate at which the in-game steering rate... Is there another... I'm just gonna remove the in-game steering rate. Which steering rate... Rate at which steering will be recentered... will be accelerated when recentering instead of turning in. When recentering instead of turning in. Right. So up to the point of recentering, the rate at which it will be accelerated. So the return rate multiplier, it's like literally the thing. So far I can understand it, and I have been interpreting. So it is like the snapback. But then you have the snap. Factor to control how snappy steering will try to follow input. Or the snap factor. At 0, it will ease in very softly. At 1, it will not slow down as much. When it gets close to in. Okay, yeah, so that's the push. That's the thing that pushes against you. It is, the wording is so fucking, it's almost rage-inducing at how weird this language is. But I don't understand it, I don't speak it, I am new to it, so that is probably the problem. Rate at which steering will be accelerated when recentering instead of turning in. Factor to control how snappy steering will try to follow inputs. How snappy steering will try to follow inputs. So after I've done something, the factor of how it will try to follow those inputs. 0, it will ease in very softly. At 1, it will not slow down as much as when get close to desired input. So I would guess this is also something that resists you. But then why at a 0 value is it not softer when counter its own forces? Why not at default? It's not ending up in infinite wobble states. I have tried 2.0 values and it did not improve the situation. Okay, so steering rate factor. Rate at which in-game steering wheel will try to follow the controller input. Rate at which the in-game steering wheel will try to follow the controller input. Steering rate factor. Rate at which the steering wheel will try to follow the controller input. It makes no sense to me that this shouldn't be 1. But is this maybe the thing that makes the... Because when you're on corner... No, on the curbs. And it's a 0 value. What is the language here? Rate at which the steering wheel will try to follow the controller input. So the controller input results in the steering wheel trying to follow at a given rate. And the key is steering rate factor. This language sucks, man. For the uninitiated, at least. Steering return rate multiplier. 1.0. So the return is rate at which steering will be accelerated when recentering instead of turning in. I don't fucking get how any of this... Okay, so the point is, we've tried 1.0, we've tried 1.0, we've tried 0 and 0. And both of those result in more violent curb rattle than 0.5 and 1.0. So when it's not turning in... yeah, that's why it's fucking going bananas then when I'm turning in. Because it's the multiplier. No. Ooh, I'm feeling a little bit frustrated now, tiny bit. Because the problem is diving, nothing. High speed dive plus lean equals moo. So here it's telling me that it should be the return rate multiplier, because the moo happens when turning in, and the multiplier is rate at which steering will be accelerated when recentering instead of turning in. So no, multiplier should not be related. But it is likely the thing that is causing the huge, or the difference between steering rate and the return rate multiplier is probably the thing I remember it is the thing that causes the huge dead zone. But how can I dial this in order to avoid the moo when I am turning in off a dive into a compression zone, then transitioning into uphill? After that point, no moo, but turn, moo. Massively. So then we are left with steering rate factor, rate of which steering wheel will try to follow controller input. And at a 0, it is more violent. So the only way to go about this is to increase this. How about 1.0 then? Does the thing go away? Because now we're starting to return towards Ken's original settings. And then, yeah, the realization that I probably was getting fucked by no longer inverting in-game and then having the collision thing is probably what was causing the super strong curb responses. It has to be. It must be. Let's find out. I'll be happy to be wrong. Oh, just a little bit curious about the... So if we then compare this to this, and then data offset show. Okay, so both cars are heading towards the curb, fully braking in both cases, but I'm trailing off earlier. But initially, they are both identical. Okay, that's cool. Let's have a look. That is the wrong thing to drag. Yeah. Think we got them, boys. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so when I'm fully braking 270, Yeah. No, even even so, I'm running slower. No. I was just looking at the wrong value. God damn it. 285. Then I slammed the brake, so 285. And also here, 287. 2 kilometers an hour. Yeah. So yeah, okie doke. Okie doke. Okie doke. Even though I'm going faster now and hitting the curb, obviously producing a very similar response. It is just slightly less when using Jolt 1 versus Jolt 2. And the peaks are significantly higher. It's like 29 versus 28, so 1%, not significant, but you know. The point is the return or the following things are less. Okay, so then if we just quickly have a look at the 60 speed limiter test. And then we use the suspension to align them. Indeed. The rattle is stronger with collision. But are they perfectly aligned though? That is also a question that's worth checking out. Let's have a look. No, they... Are they? They have a different approach. But overall, they seem to be entering and starting to oscillate at the same spot. Missing there, but then they become more and more identical over time. And even when they deviate from each other, the response from the 200 collision is higher. And then we hit perfect, more or less. And when it reverses, here's a good example of that. Yeah, even when it's higher, even when suspension travel is higher, this... Yeah, even when suspension travel is higher on the 100%, or no, when it's less on 100%, the response is higher. Okay. Okie dokie, okie dokie, okie dokie. So if we are now close to having something that can be... Oh, I forgot to fucking switch scene again. Okay, whatever. If we are close, if I can just eliminate the dead zone, I don't care about the rest. I do not give a flying fuck about the rest. If I can have this kind of curb response and a game that's not trying to kill me or wake up my neighbors, mission accomplished. Oh, should probably keep an eye on the adjacent so the game doesn't reset anything and fuck up my testing. So let's open this and then get it out of view. So far so good. Steering rate factor, race weekend. There, and also remember to select the grip. Saturated, so we get the full experience apparently of going out on a cold surface with cold tires. Not fuzz the data. Same setup.
Logging enabled.
Substantially less dead zone. I think it's gonna be the other way around, if anything. Car is talking to me now, much more in line with, like now it's not, if anything, it just feels like that the response is delayed when not using equal values, but that could be just my brain's way of interpreting it. now it's like I turn and I feel the force immediately. But before, it's not. And the dead zone in the middle is, I'd argue, not there. But of course there is a little dead zone, but it is reduced significantly. I'm still not worried about driving this during nights. We're at 76. It's so weird to me. Why is 0 value? It's gotta be one of the other ones. It's gotta be the snap or the aggression. It's just I'm misunderstanding what they're trying to say with the descriptions. Right now I can feel the curbs, I can feel the vibrations of the road, but they're not shaking my house apart. Yeah, nothing. Even at 82. Yeah, I'm not leaning off the curbs, or the leaning off the curbs feels like proportional, but if at 1.0 the same is true, or 0.1, 0.0 is the same, what am I trying to say? If at 0.0 that is not true, while at 1.0 that is true. Oh, okay. That was quite a strong move. At this point, I don't quite remember what it feels like. That is a move. I just get the weird impression that everything is upside down simply because I have to revert. So now I'm running Jolt 1 or 100%. Yeah, there's just nothing in the wheel when you crash now. Arguably, I mean, it's better than having it trying to murder you. But there is a definite, like, just skipping across the thing there. Under turning and braking. Okay, one thing is clear. The reaction following weight transfer now is much more consistent. I understand where the rear is, what it's doing. Does it have grip? Does it not have grip? At which point of not having grip am I at? That is much more clear to me now, with equal values between steering rate and steering return rate multiplier being equal. But I am also feeling, I am without a doubt also feeling more vibrations in the butt. So I'm like, okay, what happens? Could it be? Should I maybe put the return rate multiplier to 0.5? would that make it even better? Did not expect that. Let's see. How are we tire-wise? We're 82. Oh, that was a big one. So return rate, the steering rate is just how much it's gonna try to follow. Oh, that's a spicy one. Oh, that's nothing compared to getting deeper. But okay, anyway, right. So let's see again. Rate at which the steering wheel will try to follow the control input. So increasing that to, yeah, and the old default was 1. That I feel like reduces the thing. Could it be that the multiplier, let's put that fucker to 0 and see if that just settles the steering. If this fucking solves the goddamn wobble, I am going to laugh my ass off super duper hard. Why are you still running? Go away, AC connector. Where the fuck is Steam? Okay, it's 2 a.m. But still, I'm not scared of the neighbors at this stage, which is positive. It is nice. Jolt magnitude is still 1. So if by dropping that other thing to 0, maybe then I can reintroduce the feeling of people rubbing up against me, and also crashing into things. Feels like crashing into things. That would be nice, because then all problems are solved. And very likely I can turn down the smoothing and retain the sensation that I'm driving a car and not a pillow. So verify, indeed, start.
Locking enabled.
It is 0. Yeah, that song's just gone. Oh yeah, of course, that's okay. That makes kind of sense, actually. Because it's a multiplier on the return rate, and the steering rate being 0 or 1, it matters for all. So then the rate is the only valid thing, and the steering rate, it says steering rate factor, rate at which the steering wheel will try to follow the controller input. So a value of, but that's where it all breaks down, and I don't understand. So it must be one of the other values then that is screwing me over. Because if it tries to follow a 1, then it should be like, oh wow. Let's just drive and think about this. Okay, so let's see how successful I am at fishtailing with coldish tires. This feels stronger to me. Like, this is more instant. I have no problem determining that, okay, that is the limit. And the steering feels stronger during weight transfer, but it's not moving at me. And it is during weight transfer, that is when it is recentering, that is where the multiplier should matter. And right now I am running a 1.0 value up from, yeah, so that, yeah, okay, so that is why it's feeling stronger now, is because I'm running a higher value. So then I can safely run this probably at 0.5. And retain peace with my neighbors. Not jump to conclusions. Swarm that fucker up. Yeah, because like this too feels much more substantial now. Like this transfer, I like this so much more. So I know what's going to happen. No moves, only like shakes of the wheel. And this is even with Jolt 1.0. So I think I've been getting fucked over by running Jolt 2.0, which were then fucking me over before, in the sense of why the heck can't I feel collisions when inverted? Yeah, yeah, there's no moving now. So it's the multiplier value that's fucking causing all the reverberation shit. No doubt. No goddamn doubt. But the multiplier's wording is weird, because it's what it's causing is the opposite of this, sort of. So zero value, it's just not doing anything. Yeah, that's so much. Car recenters itself now, compared to with one value. And the wording is rate at which steering will be accelerated when recentering. Yeah, so that means how much dead zone do you want when the car is in the state of trying to realign itself? Meaning you won't feel a goddamn thing. 0 to 2.0. Goddamn. And the rate factor, rate of which the steering wheel will try to follow the controller input. How little seriously do you want your input to be taken? 0, not at all, or 0, probably very much so. 1.0, not at all. That is how this is perceived. while 1.0 arguably now is better, but I don't think it's because of the 1.0 value. I think it's because of the multiplier being 0. So if I now drop the rate, steering rate, to 0, I would not be surprised if this feels cleaner and more crisp. How violent can I be before I'm in trouble? Yeah, no, I didn't even, like, I lost it, but I would have lost it earlier before, because I was way more violent than when I lost it during my initial default Jason tests. I'm willing to bet money that if I go down to 0.0 now, that there's gonna feel excellent. There's a tiny bit of tendency to move there, man, but that is a special circumstance. But we are also approaching 80 something, 80. I don't know. Let's squeeze up the temps. That is the worst offender during the tests with my old values. And the main difference is aggression, jolt, and snap. And even though we're running higher values now, it's not... My butt is telling me I'm not being tickled for most of the time. So one more lap. Okay, we can probably just turn around now and do the test. We're also gonna do a full lap. Then we don't get the pleasure of testing those curbs. So we're gonna do that. This one under load, no move. That was a move. That was no doubt a move. But there's no move here. Neither there. Then again, I have increased the thing. Maybe it is the opposite then, that the higher the value, the more it tries to follow. And therefore, when it tries to follow, it will produce a stronger result, or a stronger counter to my resistance. This is no longer an issue, and I'm not angry at this force feedback. I understand it. 30% is okay. testing for a scenario which isn't going to play out ever, but you know. That's a move. That's a move. That is for sure a move. So let's do the T1 brake tests. And I guess the only way to really prove anything is if I start taking this track seriously and just try to run it, build a consistent racing line that I'm able to reproduce in order to have overlapping data. But I can't do that until I don't fear waking up the neighbors. I don't fear anyone now on that curve, so that is good. But this one, oh fuck, forgot to shift up. This isn't a problem anymore. There's no point in testing for this. I will do 160 kilometer an hour. I will just to have it. Yeah. My finger is telling me this is actually, there's more information here. But it's not pulling itself off anymore. Which is kinda makes sense considering multipliers not there. I guess this is the old curb gravity thing, maybe. Okay, can I roll across the curb now? Just centering the car, and then just let it go straight on top. Now it's pulling itself to the back on track, rather than off the curb to the left. So that was the thing it did before. My god. Okay, one more. Just check if I'm not insane. Because the more I swear to god, it would literally try to pull itself up off the curb. Just like people have been asking, like, why does it feel like the curb is sucking me off? And then the response is always, oh no, it's telemetry. Creating this effect. Completely expected, very normal. Meanwhile, like the angle of this is push you off this, but it feels like it does this, because the steering wheel, the response, the return, the multiplied return rate is fucking going like this. Oh, I'm starting to get a little bit pissed now. I'm getting pissed based on possible confirmation date. Oh, bias. God damn it, car. I am aware. It's just if this is reproducible, then god damn it, it just makes my previous N-ganger that much. Yeah, because look, it's pushing itself off. I'm straight. It's pushing itself off. With return rate multiplier set to 1, it fucking pulls the car to the left. I swear on my nan's grave. And then everything starts to fall into place, because what happens when the steering rate is acting against you? When you are expecting another thing, you're kind of acting against it again, and then everything gets confused, and the maths go all fucky, and there's just an exponent that just keeps rising and rising and rising and rising, and causing the signal to clip eventually. I would not be surprised if I can run higher force feedback values now. So now I'm gonna roll up it. And it's gonna correct itself by going off. And that was way too much, but case in fucking point, like I'm gonna do one more. Because the car feels much more like logical and reasonable now. That is the only way I can describe it. Like there's no weirdness to it. There's sometimes when I'm playing this game, I'm like, how is this the thing I'm feeling? And it's always the rear doing unexpected stuff. So it's pushing itself to the right. I put it straight. It's pushing it to the right. That was way too much. But it's like... I need just... to not fuck up. I keep like giving it too much steering so it doesn't have time to have gravity act upon it. Okay, so driving. Yeah. So yeah. You saw it. You saw it. Yeah, it does what it's expected to. That was like just me making changes to the wheel, then letting go and letting it do its thing. So that multiplier value is fucked. At least, if anything. Or at best, it's way too high. And I do not understand how they ended up just like, yep, this feels nice to me. I'm gonna copy paste this based on a forum post. Speaking of forum post, reopen, I just want to see it. Reopen. Oh, god damn it. Guess we'll do the whole thing with the thing and the other thing. Folder name. Controller changes. And you could pick up a second-hand wheel and power probably same prior to a controller. This baffles me. Okay, so I'm just gonna read this thread. I'm not gonna end up in a rabbit hole, and I'm gonna try reducing, but I mean, I'm just gonna see what is said. What if I want to turn easier? What should I set here? FYI, they are there. They're just not exposed in the UI. Look for the following. Explanation. I've done some test driving in this game to see what I like. No, I normally play Assetto Corsa and I've done blah 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 blah. Modding group on that game. I'm a controller driver with thousands of hours of experience, I believe. Yeah, so... why are that? The fucking default? Why are these the valid? Am I looking at the wrong fucking thing? The obstacle on wheel and blah 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 blah. This baffles me. I got that one first trying a driving sim game, blah blah blah, many moons ago. So Joseph before going blah 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 if you're for blah 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 blah. Yeah, but maybe he just can't drive with a controller, you know. It's kinda useless fucking reply by this guy. But FYI, there's symbol price goes in UI. Ah, I'm misunderstanding. So this hasn't been copy and pasted. This is the guy. Yeah, okay. So I see. He's drawing. No, but I'm pretty sure I saw this. Anyway, it's of no importance. These are the legit defaults. That is fine. That is fine. But the return multiplier can still fucking suck a bag of dicks. Okay, so maybe I've misunderstood that this was the source of this thing and he is literally just copying it. Fine. That is fine. I am prone to misunderstanding things. That is why I constantly recheck and recheck and recheck and recheck. But okay, so what have we learned up to this point? We have learned that we should return to garage.
Log building finished.
And then we should note down what this is in the thing. Open the file. And then type in what it does. So this is essentially same as previous. I'm just gonna shortcut this by referring to the previous log. But the change is multiplier 0. And then proceed to fucking log 104 at 0414 Simbro. You know what? Why not just copy paste the settings into the thing? That is a much better solution. Just do options. Do this. Copy. Yeah, this. There. And then on a new line, copy the options. Take the whole thing and paste. Now there is no doubt. But I also want to add a note. Dead zone gone. Slightly strong. Come on, you fucker, load. Note. Return rate multiplier is the cause of the dead zone. And increased rate, steering rate makes for more nuanced surface feedback, even with jolt set to 1.0 as opposed to 2.0, but does make collisions feel numb and increase curve rattle ever so slightly. Those are thoughts I would never probably remember, so let's have a look then. So compared to the previous run, Cars are approaching. One is not fully braking, but speeds are within 5 kilometers. No, 10 kilometers off. So that kind of invalidates that one, but anyway, we can have a look at what it results in. Oh, god damn it. So then shifting this one, or maybe shifting that one is better. God damn it. This just keeps getting fucking more and more weird. Or no, actually not. When zooming in on it doesn't. Oh yeah, it does. Absolutely it does. Yeah, because this is with the return rate. Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. You can see the return with the return rate multiplier set to 1. The signal just gets stronger and stronger and stronger up to the point of dropping off the curb. And now it gets stronger and stronger and stronger, and then it starts dropping off with the rate at which you're hitting the curb. So even though they're not validating anything in terms of the with respect to the different entry speeds, slightly different braking and stuff. What is similar is that the point where I start trailing off. This. And even before that. No, wait. I'm looking at this wrong. It just doesn't make sense. I feel like I'm finding things that are opposite of what is experienced through the wheel, what I feel through the seat, but at the same time, I'm comparing, let's say roughly here, that is at 143, and at the same spot that is not the same. Okay, so let's align them just for fun. I would guess this is roughly it. But then again, I must have. How is this even possible? I wonder. Ah, yeah, I must have come. No. Of course, I can look at the map to align them. Huh? Yeah, so they were off by a mile. Come on, map, update, you fucker. Why isn't the map updating? What the shit? Now it's further away. Oh, no. Let's see. Let's reload this. So, if we then... Now we are here. I think I was parked for a while. That's why it's fucked. Let's see. So then we select the previous run. And now that is there. And then we select the previous run. Where the fuck is the cross? Should be here. Now it's approaching. Now it's gone. There we go. How can it move that much? Huh? Okay, now they are very close in proximity. So then we zoom in on this shit. And then we move them. And then try to line up the things. And then we move down. And then here's the breaking point. And yeah, I wasn't even trailing on the first one. Or I wasn't even fully on the brake on the first one. That's the crazy part. Because the more I'm braking, the more I'm forcing the nose down. So in theory, this should be the worse. No, the less worse. But we find that this is indeed worse. And it is fucking breaking my mind. How on fucking earth does that happen? Like 5 kilometers an hour off. But there is also, oh, okay, yeah, sure. So under braking, now they should be roughly aligned. Yet they're not, but it's... What are different about these signals? Oh, come on, Windows, be my friend. Okay, so I need some more distance here. So the trend is... Oh, they're not even close to being on top of each other. Now we're at the same point here. And even though we had return yeah, okay, yeah. Of course. Of course, of course, of course. White is return rate multiplier 1. This is return rate multiplier 0. The trend is a less sharp thing. Let's try to align these. Yeah, with the overarching trend is that with a return arch multiplier, return rate multiplier, I would say on average that the peaks are sharper. Yeah. Like this has a more muted response to it. This one has, this one has, this one has sharper. I am going insane, aren't I? And this is where like it starts dropping off, I would believe. We're close to the end now. Yeah. This is starting to like drop into this obscurity. But then what happens down here? I'm probably missing something. I'm still on the braking, but I'm also 10 kilometers an hour slower. So that would make the thuds probably more violent. So it's probably that fucks up the whole thing. Because if we look at the start of this thing, where we are past 200, to me it looks kind of like the signal without return rate multiplier to be much more modest and measured. But then as we go slower and slower and slower, we get more and more frequent and taller spikes, but come on, click there. But at the same time, the variation between them past some points are actually smaller. But when you look at them at scale, they look more spooky. And then towards the end, exponentially so. But that is likely just an effect of me running slower across these things. Because the slower you drive, the more pronounced they are felt, like dun dun dun, as opposed to like so from the point where we start getting to the colored signal, that is the multiplier at 0, looks like a more measured response to me. Let's see it. Look at this peak here, for instance. Yeah. Like everything that's spiking is definitely winning out on the 1.0 multiplier. Literally everyone. So okay, the multiplier thing does what it says, which is confusing, because it says return rate multiplier, rate at which steering will be accelerated when recentering instead of turning in, which is no longer at all confusing when looking at Motec. Not in slightest. It is just multiplying the rate at which it returns while recentering, but not turning in. So setting that to 0, it is not accelerating when returning. So therefore, it has the effect of not pulling the car uphill off the curb, but rather that the car is being pushed off the curb as it should. In my mind, if I've understood anything about physics and how things work. Because, like, why do we camber the roads, right? To be like a tiny little house. You're always driving like at a slightly shifted angle. Arguably one of the most positive things is your car is being pushed away from the center of the road. So the car, if you fall asleep and don't hold on to the wheel anymore, isn't pulled across over to the opposite side of the road. 2, it helps with draining, meaning the water isn't accumulating in basically what becomes a bucket, you know, but it helps it run out to the outside of the curbs. So it makes no sense to me that just because simulation or force feedback accurate. When you drive onto a curb, you get pulled onto it. That has never computed to me about the response we've been given when asked why does it feel like the curbs have gravity. And I'm happy to present the answer to that question. It is the return rate multiplier. So then, next question. How much does steering rate factor do what it actually says on the tin? Which is steering rate factor, rate at which the steering wheel will try to follow the controller input. Which in of itself is confusing. But if we then rewrite this to user input and then steering wheel, we remove wheel, rate at which steering will try to follow user inputs. So essentially, how much of your input will result in, I guess, it's kind of like, could this be translated into sort of like a mouse sensitivity acceleration, mouse acceleration value type thing, where the lower you have to steer more in order to get it to do things more. But it's not about the steering itself. It's about, like, all of this is force feedback, remember? Or is it? No, it is absolutely not. Because steering speed sensitivity is basically, steering sensitivity is basically, if set to half, then you have to turn twice as much to get the same from the wheel. So visible from the wheel. So okay, so then if we look at it in this perspective, I guess the steering wheel, if that is a observable, measurable response to user input, the steering rate factor at half, while still resulting in 1-to-1 response from the wheel, must then logically have something to do with force feedback. Because it does not make sense, because if I then were to steer slowly, I should see less of a response than if I steer quickly. But I don't see that. The only thing I feel now, while steering rate factor has been increased from 0.5 to 1, is that I am getting more information from the surface. And I've also started talking about moves occurring. So, okay. We are closing in on something. Namely, jolt magnitude definitely has an effect on curb rattle. Definitely has an impact on impacts. So running it at 1, I am feeling less of impacts with, walls and stuff. I am feeling less impact of weight transfer. I am feeling less of curbs when steering rate factor is 1.0. No, when it is 1.5. 0.5, I'm sorry. When steering rate factor is 0.5. Compared to this being 2.0. So when this is a 1.0, I'm thinking, okay, so can I have both? Can I have this at 2.0 and then this at 0.5? Or even 0? Because arguably 0, along with everything else 0, but with 2.0. Yeah, no, that's the catch 22 here, right? Because if I put this bitch to 2.0, there is just more curb rattle, and I've already driven this with 2.0, and I've driven this at 0 and this at 0. And this at 0 makes the car push itself off curbs as opposed to end up pulling itself off onto the curb. And this has less of everything, but when increasing this to 1, then the curb rattle returns. Not to the same extent as running this at 0.5 or 0 and this at 2, but still. This at 1 definitely produces some light moves, but I do get more surface information. But then we come down to aggression and stuff. How aggressively, and yeah, this is absolutely bullshit. Like, it is not just keyboard and gamepad. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. From what I remember is how, like, this, it could be that this particular is placebo, maybe. But from what I remember, it was felt when it's like, how much will I fight you? When inverted in game, and when inverted outside of the game, the only thing I can describe it is as how much will I not fight you? But this might be placebo and mind tricks. I am open to it, so I'm not gonna even pretend to care about it right now. Right now, these settings are as close as I've ever been to being able to drive at night in this game without scaring the shit out of anyone close by. So let's keep exploring this avenue. I'm going to close the game. And then I'm going to take and put this to 0.0, because then I get to test it. This is now literally more or less, literally more or less. This is more or less the opposite of what I used to run. Except if it were to be truly opposite, then this would be 0. But because I do enjoy feeling some impact damage or impact from walls and people ramming into me, I'm gonna keep it at 1 for now. And then I'm just gonna turn rate factor down to 0. And that is it. And it is 3 a.m. Fuck me. But then again, I woke up after 14 hours of sleep at 8 p.m. So, I mean, I am fucked no matter how you look at it, and it's okay. I'm fucked however you look at it, and it's okay. Race weekend. Season 2023. Event settings, advanced, 3 a.m. Preset saturated. I keep clicking the wrong things. Saturated. Start race weekend. And then just verify that nothing has changed in the things here. Steering rate factor remains 0. Sensitivity 1, snap 5, 05. And jolt is still 1. Okie dokie. Start driving. Look in the neighborhood. And then, of course, Control Alt 1. Did not change anything, right? Ah, those are the wrongs. So 0, 0, 0, 5, 0, 5, 0, 5, and 1. Nope, all is good. All is good. Okie dokie then. Yeah, no, it is. It is like it's like a sensitivity, no, it's like a force feedback strength value. It is absolutely like a force feedback strength value. Now everything just feels very muted. So okay. I know, cold tires, blah blah blah. But I've been testing against. I've been doing cold tires. I've ran out of this goddamn pit for so many hours now. I feel like I know what it's gonna feel like. And now there's like nothing on the curves, just like at before. So I guess this sort of explains my confusion from earlier when I was running my own config. Let's see what it feels like when we heat up the tires. This means I can drive on curbs now during nights without disturbing anyone. Happy days. Please don't tell me this is worse. So I just had a move there. Not a significant one, but I felt it in my butt. And it wasn't even on the hot tire. I guess that is why the other guy asked me, have you tried 0.1? Could it be that 0 just derps the fuck out? Not on that curb, but I felt it there. While taking the outside curb with a cold tire, nonetheless. Yeah, now no move when rolling on that bit. What the fuck? I just have to, I just need to master the track, set up similar lines, and compare it as close to A to B as possibly can. But then, still we are in the territory where some individuals will just like, oh, it's impossible to compare, you can't prove this. Motherfucker, speak to my neighbors. Or is this like an input latency? Could it be literal? Let's do a test. Let's see. Nah, it feels immediate. The wording is just so peculiar. Rate at which the steering wheel will try to follow controller and joystick input in particular, but that is like an R factor 2 definition. It might have been that at some point, but sure as fuck isn't that now. Oh, that was definitely a move. But if it's an invalid value, I feel like the road surface is very muted compared to 1, which makes sense. But at the same time, could be it's just like my rig reacts very negatively to this setting. Because it's not a problem like physically in the steering wheel, but there's more like the resonance it causes. And I would argue that it feels weaker now while trying to throw the car around, and also it feels weaker. The forces acting on the wheel against you when you are turning, fully loading up the tires, feels weaker as well. But this does not. And I know if I introduce the curb stuff, it will just reset the config, so what's the point? If anything, like I feel like, yeah, like back there in the early part of the downhill bit, I felt my rear step out a little bit. And I was able to catch it, but it was not as pronounced as I would have felt it before, I think. Because even here, it's pulling less at the wheel, it's shaking less. Yeah, it's just not as pronounced at 0. Yeah, that tug there. Where it suddenly shifted and the car started sliding. There was nothing about it in the wheel. 0 things. So I think that is what that is all about. If we read it again, rate at which the steering wheel will try to follow the user input. So at 0, it just follows, and at 1 it does not, or higher values it does less. It tries to, it's kind of like the wheel, what's the value called in yeah, wheel rotation speed in Simpro. It's like the closest thing to it. Okay, well, if that is true, and everything is more muted now, and it does nothing to fix the curb stuff, but overall curbs in general are, with these settings, massively improved, mostly because we're not clipping to shit anymore. No, that was a move. That was a move, dude. What the fuck? Okay. So it's gotta be a reverse. And now I'm at 89. Yeah, so I'm losing my biscuits. I'm losing my biscuits. So I'm like, okay, what does 2.0 do? If going from 0 to 2.0 doesn't result in just violent shaking, then I'm losing it. That's barely a bonk. But that is the jolt. Likely the jolt. I feel like that is felt less as well, but I'm at 90, I'm tired. There is... I'm confused. I'm literally confused. So, okay. Let's just see what it does. And one thing that's vaguely reproducible. We're still at 93. Still pushing itself off the curb. Yep. And to me, it feels like there's more vibration now. Judging by just leaning the finger. Not even leaning, just making sure that it doesn't steer itself in any particular direction.
Log building finished.
So we're in like La La Land at the moment. Where we can I'm just curious, what options do we get offered here? Nothing? Interaction, nothing. So we don't get to choose anything really regarded to those things which are in the config spoken of as keyboard and controller input. So let's just see what happens with the curbs now at 1.0. Alright, oh. Yeah. With Jolt Zero, move significantly less. set up a collision here. Wow, what the fuck? I can actually feel... Are you kidding me? Is this value just straight up reversed? Because that was way stronger. On the other collision at least. I need AI to test against. Oh, you're... You're not physical, okay. How about a wall? Yeah, that feels stronger. Yeah, we can just test by rubbing up against things. So it feels softer here with it. Let's just take an impact. Oh my god. Okay, let's try this. No. Oh no, no. Oh, so it's not, absolutely not reversed. Not in slightest. That is a lot more. If I go just do a curve test. Fair. I'm driving the wrong way. Onto the sharp edge of the slabs, my lads. And even everything feels stronger now. Like everything about the whole thing. Like collision, as if contact with the road surface counts as a collision. Because now I feel yep, stronger. And then I'm gonna get probably a lot of curb rumble now. No moving though. And we are with cold tires, so there's that. Okay, so if I can run collision at 0 and jolt, and then take out smoothing. No, jolt at 2, and then if I can run steering rate at 0. And then take out smoothing. Will that result in happy? Because collision is absolutely like I could feel it in my chair. And I can feel it under braking, like the steering wheel becomes significantly heavier under braking, but not under, while not, you know, locking. And this feels more substantial. The bumps in the road feels more substantial. And oh yeah, fighting against me is more substantial. So all these are kind of like impacts. Jolts, if you will. Yeah, and still no move. Tiny little bit of a move. But it is not the move I've grown to hate or fear. Yeah, and overall, like, it just feels like more like you're in a car. Okay, so Experiment. Smoothness 2. I guess this is the what I should be tuning for. Yeah, no, I remember now. Things are vaguely coming back. Oh dear. Yeah, that is fucked. That is fucked. So smoothness 3. I'm still missing the strength. Or maybe, okay, so there might be a compromise here. If we go up, it's like 30. I haven't seen peaking at 30 yet. And I'm still aware of what the buck is doing. But I do feel this is like knocking territory. But my god, feeling the road surface, it's so good. Frustrates me to no end that I'm out. Oh wait, no. Okay. That's not cool. Okay, so the absolute minimum we can run is 4. That is established. There's still a fair amount of surface information available to us, and we're not pissing off the neighbors super bad. I hope. Okay, so how about we return to
Log
garage,
building finished.
and then we yank up the force feedback to 35%, just to see if we can put some more weight into the steering.
Locking enabled.
Territory of it starting to feel like a car again. Like, sure, we got power steering, but it's not. No, that's just not gonna be cool, is it? Oh yeah. There is a scenario I have not tested for. feeling like this is gonna just make people very unhappy. So what about we do this and then we resume. It just doesn't feel right, man. It just doesn't feel right. Not in the sense that the game doesn't feel right, but empathy. I do wonder though, are any peaks
Log
ever
building
registered
finished.
at this point? Let's have a look. Okay, so 35, it's too high. But maybe not at Jolt 1. Let's look at the 3 laps. Nope, no clipping. But if we look at basically the worst lap on T1. That is crazy how much worse T1 is. This is with 150. Okay, so drag this shit back here. Now they are roughly aligned. It's just crazy. It's literally just fucking crazy, yo. Okay, so if we compare these two. Yeah, Jolt is just exaggerating the curbs to a degree where that is insane. Okay. I'm also 35. While it's not peaking, it is not neighborhood friendly. That much is clear. Okay, so then 33, middle value-ish. No, literal. 1, 2, 3, and 3 more. 0, 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 3, 4, 5, 0, 1, 0, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 3. There's just there is no middle ground, of course. No matter how you try to twist and turn logic. So, how about 120.33? Is that a happy compromise? At the current.
Locking enabled.
Then I think I need some food and a break. Like the other way to go about it would be if I want to get closer to like strong lean would be to increase smoothing, increase force feedback strength, and allow more detail to come through. But then what the fuck? No. Nope. Oh, this is annoying. This is so fucking annoying.
Log building finished.
I didn't mean to exit the game, but that's fair. That's fair. Okay, so let's try. Let's see. Is this a case of 0.0, meaning there is no, it doesn't do anything to the calculation, and therefore maybe 0.1 actually being the wise, rational, low number to use when it's so concerning a, how do they word it? A rate factor. Let's do rate factor 0.1. And we will do jolt magnitude. 1.0, because that we know is safe. And then we will keep it at 33 just to see what happens. I'm about to best myself. I think the dog is too. And I'm hungry. So this is the last test I'll do. Before I go literally insane. So that is where it feels like I'm headed at this stage. Losing my biscuits, man. Losing my biscuits. All I want to do is do endurance during night without the game going apeshit and resulting in me getting killed. That feels like a very viable outcome at this stage. I've been testing this during nights for way too long. Start driving.
Locking enabled.
There's no way. If my guy is correct. No. Nope. Nope, nope. Nope, nope, nope. At least not insofar the viability of running higher percentages go. I'm already troubled by this. All I've done is increase the value by 0.1. But if 33 isn't the answer, maybe increasing that rate is. The force feedback does feel more weighty. Even more so than going up to 35 almost. Collisions feel more substantial. It's just fuck off. It's just not gonna be. It's not gonna be kosher over time. I can feel it. I can feel it. I can feel it. I can feel it. So I guess 30 0.0 and 0.1 is as nuanced road we're gonna get. The only alternative is even lower force feedback and just let more of the knocking come through. Which isn't a thing I've tested yet, actually. Let's see. If we do 20 feedback detail now. There's more rattle, that's good. But not the vibrating moo rattle. Okay, so maybe the tables have turned now in regards to the things. Once we've identified a force feedback strength that doesn't create reverberation, then we can have more of the knocking come through, because it's not a problem for... Yeah, now it's just more like crisp and clear feedback here, but I still lack the strength I wish to feel. Without increasing the strength of the curbs. That is the issue I'm facing. And I don't feel those. But are we now allowed to do more? Because this has an effect on the weight of the car. What does this feel like with effects? It's immediately harder because there's less self. The car isn't realigning as much. There's just nothing about the rear. There's nothing in the news about the rear, man. $25 is too low. No idea that I was looking there. It's just not felt. So how about Hail Mary 29? nothing. There's just fucking nothing, man. It feels like a toy. And this is what? Was Stroll 200? Or is this lower? Yeah. What the balls? That is weird. So force feedback detail 20. Yeah, now, oh wow, at 30, maybe it's just not keeping consistent values as you click in and out of things, and then when you go into the menu, it resets. It's a 1% change. And suddenly it's a car again. It's so muted. It's more car, but it's so fucking muted, and now the rumble is back. Like, I'm gonna... I'll have to eating less if I'm forced to drive with these settings to maintain the peace. It is that much of a difference. Yeah, I can now make decisions based on the feedback. Okay. At least I got 200. I got 30. So we are locked into those values. Anything above that, just... Even that fucking thing, no. You can't go 200. It's just not gonna be a thing. 'Cause that just made the whole room shake a little bit. Back there. I think maybe there's just too much lingering stuff. It feels like after I get off the curb, I feel the wheels like shake like jello or something. Okay, so I just... Yeah, okay, so then... I have one more avenue. Max torque. Okay, so what if we just drop the max torque? Let's say we go to 17 newtons. Let's go something ridiculous. Let's go 50 newtons. Then just zero smoothness. And no smoothing. What is the result? Which Newton can we drive? It feels so much more substantial without the smoothing. So we need some smoothing. We need to... Oh dear God, no. Smoothing 3. Yeah, now we have some vague information going on. Okay, so then settings, force feedback, drop this back to 100. Still rumbling at me. Oh, there's collisions to it. Wow, that's loud. In the sense that, what the fuck was that sound? Big ass impact incoming. What the fuck? Oh, I just noticed I don't have working mirrors anymore. I guess I broke them. Maybe. At which point? Max torque. Let's just put it at... Oh, wow. At 0, there's nothing. 1 Newton, that's a tiny bit. Let's go 8. Is there any Newton at which I can do curves without it fucking shaking things apart? Nope, 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 nope. Even at 8 Newton max torque, it's just fucking violent. So let's go to 4.4, which is the strength of T300 RS. Nope, it's still fucking... What is this shit, man? What the fuck? How? How in the nutsacks is this even a thing? I don't understand. It's genuinely fucking confusing me. Okay, so what if we then put feedback detail to 0 and keep smoothness 3? And then we just, for fun, we go into the settings and then we go out of the settings and resume just to make sure. Yeah, now I just feel nothing. There's nothing, it's just weird. It just feels like I'm floating on air. There's no feedback from the ground at all while driving. But when returning to a straight line, then I'd start shaking because I got flat spotter tires. But during load, there's nothing. What the fuck in the nuts? Now it just goes bananas. So if we just cut the strength by like a lot, then there's not just weird wobbly shit. Fair enough, we're off the game now. Now everything just feels weird and delayed. Because... well, there's still enough information about what the rear is doing. Oh my god, this is driving me fucking nuts, dude. Okay, so let's not reverse there. And then we go here, and then we go there, and then we go to controls and force feedback, and then we turn on invert force here, and then we pray that this doesn't...
Log building
God
finished.
damn it.
Logging enabled.
Okay, so now with 18% force. Nothing going on the outside, past the smoothing. And the base limiting me. This is just ridiculous. There is no feeling. This isn't a car. At 60%, sorta. Okay, what if, just for fun, what if we load the generic discard and run 72%, 5 smoothing like an ACC. This feels like shit. But the curbs are muted now. The curbs are muted to balls. So then we put it to 4 smoothing. There's no win. There's just no win to be had. And it's all because of fucking curb rattle. All. Every fucking thing. Everything stems from the amount of force the curbs are generating. And I refuse to believe this is realistic. Like, no fucking way. No goddamn way. Absolutely not. Some information from the road, but still, even at 60%, no, 72%. Okay, so how far up do we need to push the strength for it to feel anything vaguely? Let's do 60. No, let's go back to 72 just to test our initial. Now oh, yes, the car is back, baby. But this is gonna go moo. I can tell this is gonna go moo. So extremely moo. Okay, how about if we drown it in smoothing them? Or no, what if we turn down the detail? It's probably still gonna move. Yep, it moves. Alright, so how about 5? And every shake just becomes muted and weird. I'm still moving. Like anything below 70 to me just feels dead. That's a thud. That's how I like it. immediately I start breaking a sweat. Yeah, no, that's just not gonna work out. That's just, there's no fucking way. Literally no fucking way. Okay, so... Okay, the other way we have to go about this, how about 60? And we know we are clipping to shit right now. So, how about we just go 60-60, split the difference. Also verify controls. Yeah, 100%. Okay, so let's drop that to 50 because we are overall stronger now, and just accept that we're not gonna be feeling collisions. Got a slight car sensation going on. Still very light. Track surface and weight transfer is very muted. A very gentle move, but a move nonetheless. Yeah, no, that's a strong move, and I wasn't even close to the edge. I know when I need to counter now. That didn't scare anyone, I think. But then here comes the big boy. Not scaring anyone. I can hear it. Okay, I'm just gonna remove the... I'm just gonna hear what the room sounds like. It is insane, the bass. It is absolutely insane. I don't understand how an electrical motor can generate this kind of like rumble. Yeah, no, dude, what the fuck, dude? How can you even, like this? That was masked by the, I'd be pissed if I were living underneath myself, I'm pretty sure. to bring back the feel of the car is to increase the force feedback to the point where it clips on curbs. The only way to feel impacts is to increase the value, which makes collisions felt. Unless this truly is reversed. And to get rid of the curb rattle, or the moon, I have to run with what essentially feels like so much, like there's no weight to the car. This is still good. I know, it's still fucked, even at 0. And then settings, controls, force feedback. Immediately I start feeling detailed information from this suspension. Like it's no joke. It's real. It is, oh my god. Oh, I wish I had live output. I wish I had live output of all the channels. Just so we could visualize how fucking stupid this shit is. 'Cause it is really fucking stupid. It is amazingly stupid. There's something horribly wrong in how this shit's being... Like, sure, telemetry is probably accurate, but the way that there's something that's translating the telemetry to a force feedback signal, and that thing is just apeshit insane. There is no other way of describing it. And I feel like I've been up every fucking avenue, and I don't know what else to do. I legitimately don't know what else to do. Can we just find ourselves a pit here and be steady, not move? Okay, that's the uppity bit. And then we just sit here. Just wait for the car to stop. And then it's like the only thing to counter this is to tell the driver that, hey, when I am pushing against you, please don't push against me equally hard or as hard. Overriding the force feedback signal from the game, which then... Can you please just stop? Up here. Okay, we are no longer moving. But the more we do of that, the more we get of this. And this is what is spoken of as the infinite wobble. It seems to actually settle over time now, compared to when running return rate multiplier higher than 0. Yeah, it does actually settle now. That is hilarious. That is so fucking funny. So just increase the wheel rotation speed. Gently tap it to get it going, and it will eventually settle. But how the fuck is it possible that it takes that long to settle? And I think this is a core at which this issue arise. The resonance. It's like if I turn off smoothness completely, then it'll settle quicker. If I turn smoothness up to a max, the more indecisive it becomes, and then eventually it'll flip over to the right side. Maybe it won't because of the camber in the road, who knows. Let's just stare at it for a while and see. My hands are in the air now. I can walk, like there's no way I can touch it. Well, I can't touch it, oh, I'm lying. But like I'm stretching my hands forward, you just have to believe me right now. That is the wheel. It'll just keep going, but you see it has already centered itself a little bit. Now it's turning to the left again. And we're standing still. Sorta. If I press the brake and help it out, like ensuring it cannot move, it'll keep on going. So it's not the fact that we are basically shimmying our way forward. It is just the force feedback stuff not being able to resolve the fact that, hey, user input not detected, better fucking stop, because it's acting against its own rebound here. I'll stop it. No. It keeps going even though I'm just holding it. Okay, so now it's steady. My hands are on my penis. Then I just gently tap it, like, doot, doot. And it starts going and then builds up. You see? It is insane. It is literally insane. So again, just doot. A little bit stronger, a little bit stronger. Then it gets going. Oh, settled. Get a little bit stronger. A little bit stronger. And then it fucking shifts itself off. So like, it'll go like yield, and then the game goes, ah, something is happening, better push back, and then it's like whoop, and then it goes, ah, something is pushing, better push back, whoop, and it just fucking keep going, escalates, and then it reaches a point where it's like, I'm kind of resolving for this, and then I go, no, gotta go fast again, and then slows down, and then shifts direction, and then goes back to center, and it's just nuts. I don't understand how this is sane, and I'm basically starting to lose my mind a little, and I feel triggered, and I oh, that, like, all I do is just tap the wheel gently. How does this happen? I cannot reproduce this in AC. I cannot reproduce this in ACC. It just doesn't happen there. So, and then the argument is, oh, there's a noisy blah 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 something at the end of at the end of SimPro, and I'm like, okay, and fucking clean up your signal, because others don't seem to struggle with this on my SimPro here. This is mutually exclusive to this very title. I have to go all the way down to 3 for it to only be a little bit on the wheel rotation speed thing. And if I go to 2, it's better. If I go to 1, it's better. And if I go to 0, it's better. But you still see the tendency, right? That it wants to recenter. Even though there's nothing here that's telling it that it should. I've tested this in my own car with electrical power steering, and even though if I just brush the steering wheel, it does not recenter like this. It does not, it does not, it does not. So how can this be realistic? I wonder. The more smoothness, the more it'll allow and the more it'll want to recalibrate. So it's the signal from the game. Zero smoothing. You can see it just takes longer to achieve the same thing. So one could say that SimPro, the software, is actually alleviating the problem by adding smoothness. Just rounds off the signal, so it actually comes to the conclusion that stop. And then the higher the smoothness, the quicker that decision is made. But the more you open up the wheel rotation speed, this happens. And this is essentially just SimPro overriding the force feedback and allowing the user to turn the wheel more easily, despite what the game is telling it. But the game has such a strong response, or rebound, or return rate, or what the fuck ever, that it just keeps on going. And I don't know anymore. Okay, so one thing I haven't tested for is what if we do these very settings, 60-60, force smoothing, and then no, basically non-existent collisions, and the magic value of feedback decay 14, which seems to be the best middle ground between knocking and moving. Everything's super bright. Nope, that is so much bass, it's not even fucking funny. We go 10. We're just driving a pillow. A very delayed pillow. So the only solution to this past what I've been doing, exploring, I guess I just have to carpet my cave here with sound dampening rubber mats. That is the only option I'm seeing. And this is fucking annoying. But I feel like I've been down every avenue now, past. In this run, I haven't checked out the aggression and the other stuff that's allegedly not supposed to do anything. But neither are the return rate multiplier. Neither are the return rate multiplier or the wheel rate. Yet they somehow seem to have something to do with the signal, which is outputted. And the more I fuzz with this, of course, the different the response will be, because I'm acting against completely different signals. Oh my god, is it that bad? At 100? It's kind of masked by the... I'm using the G2 speakers, which hangs over the air, but even they are masking the true power of the moon. I'm running the game at 60. Arguably this is probably stronger than... Let's see. Settings, if we go down to controls, force feedback, knock it down to 30. Set this to 100 and resume. Just see what I'm exposing. So it didn't dawn on me that hey, maybe listen to the room while testing. Wow. It is pretty bad. It is actually pretty bad. Even this. I think I'm gonna go have a snack and have a think, and then I'm gonna go hunt down every forum thread and just ask questions. Like, have you tested for this? What is your environment? How did you test? Can I see the results? And so on and so on and so on. Who are you quoting when you say that there are no boxed effects and that changing these values has no effect? Why are you guys so bloody certain? When everything else seemed to be pointing to the contrary. So I get the option. No surface info, or surface info and violent earthquake machine. And there seems to be no middle ground, even if I cap the output. And I'm just not provide them any proof when asked for it until they provide me with proof. But that speaks against my claims. And just keep playing that game until I actually get an answer in the form that somebody actually looks into it. Captures the thing. Because if I give them this, they're just gonna find a million things, a million reasons to not test themselves because they are sure there's so many flaws in the testing methodology and blah 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 blah. So I think I'm gonna stop torturing my neighbors right there and go eat some food, go write some forum responses, and then when people are not able to basically fuck me over by writing angry letters, I will return and do some racing, because I'm fucking tired of testing this shit, because I am now at the point where I'm fairly certain there is no solving for this, even introducing external things like smoothing or trying to manipulate the channels, which result in the force feedback, because none of them leave me with essentially useful information about the grip the car has without compromising without trading it in for excessive shaking or moo, massively over exaggerated oscillations. Massively over exaggerated or massively overpowered oscillations. Overpowering of oscillations. Yeah, that's what the acronym would be. Because it literally sounds like a cow. It's like moo, moo when I come across the curbs. And initially there's nothing. It builds up as I roll down the curb. And the slower the rate, the more of the moo. Moo. It sounds like it's something that's being produced by a subwoofer. So like below 80 hertz, or at least below 100 hertz. And there is no EQ available to me to essentially cut those things out of the signal. So far I understand, Moza does have this, but I do not. But neither do I have these problems in other titles. So there's that. I mean, it could be that it's just the case that this title is just that much more advanced and accurate and such and so on. But the problem is the reverberations that are caused here are usually, if I were driving this room forward, those reverberations would be left behind me. Like these reverberations just stay in the room and then they resonate and then they generate waves which carry through the walls. I understand it's not a problem when you're in a garage. I understand when you're not running super strong FFB. I understand. But what I don't understand is how so many users complaining about the exact same thing can just be brushed away as, can't please everyone. But I'm starting to get salty again, probably gonna start insulting people again soon if I continue, so I'll just stop there. Fuck this, I'm done, I'm hungry, I'll be back later. Pew pew.